big dosh though. Double time. Woohoo! So it was worth it. Alright. Here we go. Let me know if audio's awful or anything like that as well. I've got one headphone off because I'm listening out for the door. But after it's arriving here before midday, so it should be here within the next hour. After that, I can probably hear it. Oh, it's quite a dark game. Not dark as in like. Oh, it's probably dark as well, but just visually maybe hard to see. Your dad always starts building around the house. Oh, this is me. I have to. Yeah, I thought about it this year. Like, all right, New Year's. I'm gonna rearrange my room and finally clean out things. So it's messy in here. I didn't do it. I'll wait till next year. Let me wet my lips before we start as well. That's what she said. Leia, Happy New Year, Leia. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. What are you? What? 5 months in now. Good luck. I see that. How are you? Hope you're doing well. It's New Year's Day there still, right? Yeah, it would be. January 1st, the night time. Hope your first day into 2022 went well. They thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses, and sadly they said, "We drink to the name of the mate who is dead." Henry Lawson. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open. There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating? Other end's blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You'll have to grin and bear it. Happy New Year, health, joy, and hopefully reunions with friends and family. We've moved our staircase, we are putting another bathroom in, and he wants to put an extension on the house. Oh shit, getting to work. I still didn't do the thing I was going to do last year with the house, with the apartment. My last New Year's, I was like, alright, I'm going to get a little, like one of those herb pots and grow herbs on the balcony. I bought the soil, and I still just have the bag of soil just sat there. That's literally all I did. 17 weeks going by fast this time around. Woof. I'll update you next New Year's Day, bro, so you're done. Yeah, I completely get it. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. Oh, old man, okay. You're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the rubbish you've scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Oh, here's everyone. Thanks. You're more organized than last time, I see. Sigh. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Now. Oh, Mitzi, what do you want? She's not used to the fucking mic stand being on the table, so she doesn't know where to go. Happy New Year from Mitzi, everybody. Hey, Slender, how you doing? Happy New Year. Now, Che? What's up, little P? I found you a chair. Ah, thank you. So, this whole thing. Surely it's not legal, yeah? Whoa. Okay, Mitzi's gone. Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate. It's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules, as I'm sure you've realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit. But is this related to her gambling for time? Mm-hmm. So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. You're tired, just woke up? Happy New Year to me too. Good morning then. Actually woke up early today. First time in a few days I've woke up in like a single digit time, before 10. Small scale though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars, notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? It's 9:45. Hey, you made it. Single digit. Well done. Oh yeah, Perth, right? Question's irrelevant. Because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends, so we can call it what it really is. Necromancy. I've got an achievement. Gonna head out, need my sleep. No worries, Wormo. Night, bruv. Happy January 1st. Love you too, dude. Take care. Hope your hope your injury's going okay. Injury? Your health. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You tried desperately to remember what it meant. Necromancy. Oh, okay, click it. Death. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are scattered. Practice, fascination, bureaucracy, disleveled, messy, blender, storm. Oh god. There's more than I could read. What is this? This is Necrobarista Final Pour. It's I think essentially you just serve coffee in a cafe to dead people or something like that. You're a barista for the dead. It's kind of like a exploration visual novel about death. It's made by a small studio in Melbourne. MK actually gifted me this game a while ago. Finally getting to play it, and it got a big update in October hold to inspect the memory. Maddie's rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premises before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or spatial rift if we don't know about it. Don't feed the Eidolons. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Okay. So yeah, people come to this cafe that I think we're going to work in to kind of pass off into the afterlife. The kind of movement reminds me of, say, Danganronpa, though. Like the first-person visual novel thing. I know Danganronpa's not the only game to do that. Like a visual novel where you actually walk around and stuff. But what else does that? There's another big one. Damn, this is dark. Yeah. Yeah, Sundays are usually kind of dark here. Honestly. I have a tendency to play dark games. The terminal. Carlton, Victoria, Australia. 3053. Carlton. Oh, Con the Blues. Excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I'm very self-conscious about my top hat now. Observed little girl running around cafe with knife, unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. This coffee's some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure. I have no taste buds. Hey, Mads. I think this only has a single path to take from what little you know of this game. Also, hi. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, you just make your way through it. Which I'm very fine with. It's more like a movie. Happy New Year, Mads. Excuse me. Hey, mate. You right? You can see me? Clear as day, yeah. What can I get you? I've been walking around for hours. Oh, you can click these words. Or maybe it just felt like hours. It can be hard to judge time when you're wandering around aimlessly. Ooh. That's kind of Danganronpa-y. Nobody was talking to me. I don't even know how I got in here. Even I know burnt tasting coffee means someone messed up. I think you'll find it was via the front door. Huh. Okay. Right. Where am I? This, dearly departed, is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed? They say our coffee's to die for. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. You're not the first disheveled dead guy to drop in, and I'm sure you won't be the last. This guy has the look of someone who's been through a lot. Character models are kind of creepy. guy looks like he never... Yeah, looks like me, kind of. Just doesn't sleep. What does everyone else ask? They generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Ah, shit. And they always say that. Then there's the embarrassed silence. Maddie is normally one to enjoy peace and quiet, but some silences are just awkward. Alright, alright. I get it. You make a habit of bullying everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones? It's almost exclusively the latter. I guess that's consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Sorry, I was actually just kidding there. No, you're right. I'm a fucking sad sack. Boss hated me, family hated me, work sucked. Just like everything else about me. Now I'm never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. Hey, come on. And now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people, falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together. Number 1 rule. No breakdowns in the cafe, please. I promise, man. You're okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No. And I don't know if you read the rules outside, but... God, I did. Yes. Can't even get that right. In that case, you'll also have read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. 24 hours? Ah, shit. Give me 1 sec. Mitzi's yelling at something. She just baited me. Ah, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. Just take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty. It's not like I've got anything else going on. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? I'm kind of a burden. You're not. Promise. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about the building. It's got some cool history. So the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. And that's why you should never, ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if he specifically asks for one. Huh. Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking eternal vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. It kind of strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way to tell whether you'll even care once you cross over. But then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Shouldn't go around policing people's reactions to things. I'm still wrapping my head around all this. Death, that is. Feels weird to say it, doesn't it? Weird. Yeah, that's the word. So you said most people don't ever find out how they died before they pass? Even if they got murdered or something? Yup. Most people don't die from murder. It's mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. Well, they call them accidents, but really, Loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. That said, alright, hold on just a moment. You can't just drop that and move on. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws. People scoff at the idea of a robot uprising like we haven't spent decades arming our machines with blades. They're a real pain in the ass. Got to do at least 1 or 2 exorcisms a month on the coffee grinder. That's wild. So, I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people in here are dead? Hey, DOP. Hey, don't do it. Yeah. It's a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or are some of these people just really into ghost cafes? I mean, I don't see anyone here. A little of column A, a little of column B. Plenty of mortals come through. But this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so we get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Landlords, the original rent seekers. Because those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic. East Origin might never be played again. How far did you get? I watched last night. I didn't say anything because I was like on the phone. I didn't want to say something because I couldn't hear you, but I was watching in silence of the Bat Boss, and you just died over and over, and then it looked like you went back to farm some more levels, and then I went to bed. Sorry. Literal vampires? No, like boomers. Landlord class. This game makes me get a mocha. Unfortunately, you don't have one. Yeah, I think I need to make another coffee again. Same thing, I guess. So, to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. How can you tell? Well, once you've worked here for a while, you get a sort of 6th sense for this kind of thing. Gotcha. Speaking of 6th senses, I've got one for trouble. You have 2 6th senses? You're in flooded prison, managed to die to random enemies. The hardest part in Nightmare, honestly, it's not the bosses. It's getting to the next boss. Hello. Ashley. Ashley had adopted the cafe staff a couple years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. She was the kind of ferociously smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Today she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil, and brought with her a look that said, "I'm an invincible genius." Ashley's fancied herself a genius ever since the day that Maddie invited her to become a spunky sidekick. She was mostly right about that one. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. Shut up, Kishan. I need an extra pair of hands, and none of my ashlings are around to help. Don't you have any clamps? We got you a bunch for your birthday last month. Birthday. Aging a year just means you're 1 year closer to death. An odd thing to celebrate. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. Pretty sure I saw one on a table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. Please. Hey, I could probably... Please. I could... Come on, Ashley. You've got to let us work. I'm not going to get anything done down here if I have to keep going upstairs to find the screwdrivers you've misplaced. Trying to improvise a screwdriver is a good way to end up with stripped screws. Use the right tool for the job. You hear that, MK? That one's for you. But hey, no dice. Ugh. What about Che? He can help me. But what about... He's emptying the dishwasher. Sound familiar? You should... Because I told you to do it an hour ago. Oh. Heh. It's really no trouble. Oh! Why don't I take this guy? Only thing he's busy with is being dead. Hey. Come on. Ashley. I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners. We've talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of the customers. Please. I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on. And I'm super dead. I'm cool with it. I am Kishan. Very dead guy. Happy to help. You sure? I could just send her back upstairs. Promise. It's fine. I'd just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Come, peon. Peon. In follower hierarchy, peons are one level below assistant, one level above minion. Jesus, her neck. Wait, whose neck? The little girls. I didn't notice any strange neck. Ashley's? Oh, I didn't notice. I'll see her next time. You're 16 years closer to death. I didn't know you were that young. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention, but with Maddie's newfound responsibilities, some sacrifices had to be made. That meant the kid would just have to occupy herself more often than not. She still felt guilty as hell about it. And, you know, I reckon this place needs more plants. Girl is like a fucking giraffe. Jesus Christ, Che. You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard. What's on your mind? Head in the clouds, as per usual. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts? Excruciatingly so. What's going on? Nothing important. Just my resting face. Nope. This one's different. How so? Your facial expression is reminding me of the time you tried to fistfight that cosplayer. Cosplay is short for costume play, and bad things can happen when play suddenly becomes serious business. Oh, the samurai? The one who barged in, waving his gift store katana around and demanding satisfaction after I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee. Was that Pumpkin? Weirdly specific. What's it look like? Looks like you just got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. It's a precious memory, so I remember it very clearly. A mix of deep disgust. People with a high disgust sensitivity seldom do well in a kitchen environment. Somehow, Maddie manages. A whole bunch of derision and a tiny pinch of pity. Yep, that's me. What a mood. You alright though? Real talk. I'm fine. I'm actually fine? Fine? Or let's not talk about it, fine. The second one. Pharaoh. Offer's still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry. Can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet. Oh. Yeah, here you go. So, did the dishes need hand washing, or... I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Nah, thing's busted. Door latch won't close. Might call the repairman. Ashley shouldn't wash them by hand anyway. Her arm would corrode. So, I did it. Not a problem. Yeah, fair enough. So, like I mentioned, it'll need a repair, unless you want to let Ashley at it. Some people remain stubbornly defiant in the face of planned obsolescence. Fuck. Replacements are for quitters. I'd call the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yes. Ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age. Only works when you pay the bill though. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired. What is this? Buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. So, hey, don't work too hard. You'll worry yourself into an early grave. Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. Holes. If you want to see a lot of Earth, you can become a globetrotter, or you can pick up a shovel. That sounds like pretty tough work, old man. Ow. Old man. For your information, I'm barely, 170-ish. I'm failing to see the inaccuracy. It was during a literal gold rush. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold. Only kind of gold I'm interested in is brown gold. Coffee. I mean coffee. Shut up. I was just talking about fucking poo or something. That's a big hello. Hey, takers. Happy New Year once again. How you doing? What can I get you? Latte, cappuccino, espresso, single shot, double shot. Got different kinds of milk. We got oat milk. Highly recommend the oat milk latte. Welcome to my cafe. You doing alright? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I had a good day yesterday. Good January 1st. Didn't really sleep though. I slept like an hour. But it's fine. You want cappuccino? It's literally freezing and I don't want to go outside. Oh, that one that you had the other day with the fucking marshmallow topping or whatever the shit. -12? Jesus. It gets that cold in Kansas, right? I didn't know it got that cold there. Hey, so, Oh, takers. Mitzi just came to say happy birthday to you too. Happy birthday. That's the fucking like third time I've said happy birthday instead of happy new year. Yeah, she says happy new year to you too. Lucky you have to deal with stupid summer. We go from like 110 to below 0. Jesus. You got both ends of the spectrum. Yeah, I always just thought Kansas was like hot or not hot. I didn't know you had like a proper winter. I know it's just another stress on the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Ugh. Yeah, another thing that costs money. Fahrenheit, of course. Yeah, you'd be fucking dead if that was Celsius. Shut up, Gex. God damn it. We're beginning to run out of cutlery, though. Summary of Offences Act 1988, Section 11C. A person must not, without reasonable excuse, proof of which lies on the person, have in his or her custody a knife in a public place or a school. Okay. It keeps disappearing, not sure where. I don't know how long it can wait before we get more. Ugh. Don't know if we can afford that this month. Just, you know. Everything's a bit too pricey right now. Not the below zero. Yeah, I figured you swapped from Fahrenheit to Celsius mid-sentence, because below 0 Fahrenheit, I can't imagine. In fucking Kansas. Maybe like, what? Canada? Yeah. Below 0 F happens here? Really? Jesus Christ. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up. I don't think the importer is part of a cartel. They're quite nice. I've seen photos of their kids. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. The worst kinds of criminals are the kind who operate within the bounds of legality. Wholesale my ass. And yet, we keep buying from them. Well, yeah, the beans are good, man. It's just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out. Ah, yes. I'll happily accept the blame for some of that. It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything. And everyone. It's getting down to 2 tonight. 2 Fahrenheit. Christ. It hasn't been below freezing once in Houston this year, and we've beaten like 20 heat records this month. By this month, I'm assuming you mean December, and not this month as in like 21 hours of January. Or I know what you mean. I'm just being a dick. The shitty council of death and the doubly shitty time debt we owe to them are the last things I want to think about right now. Do warmer winters make you more like homesick? Last February though, that was horrible. What, like horribly cold? I've lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. Responsibility. Maddie's been saddled with great responsibility. She's still waiting for the great power that's supposed to come with it. And I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know. Yeah, I know. And I can't thank you enough. Sniff. Shush. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out as a team, just like we always have. I just don't want to deal with it, you know? I get it. And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. I know the cafe's yours now. And even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Most of the US froze up and we had wind chills of -30. It's insane. We actually moved 2 mattresses in front of the fireplace and all huddled and slept there together for 3 to 4 nights because no electricity and cold as fuck in Houston. It was insane. Oh, I remember you telling me about something. Yeah. It used to be cold, but that was something I never want to experience again. Jesus. Houses aren't built for that here. -40 and below back home didn't feel half as bad as that cold snap did here, weirdly. I guess that makes sense. Wait, don't be a fuckhead. Not this. Go over there. Things are already falling apart. I guess I don't need my keyboard. Move that out of the way for you, Mitzi. But you're going to have to face reality at some point. You know that, right? Jay, oh my god, yes, I know. I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man. The council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours. Alright, no worries. I'll give you some safes. Might go check on Ashley. You seen her recently? She's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there, talking about clamps or something. I'd better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. Shit. He's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants. So, we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it and make them fight each other. I love it. This is gonna be great. I want to build something that gets put on that TV show, Row Battle Royale, with flamethrowers on it. You're not gonna put one on this little guy, are you? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers. Producers have a real thirst for schlock. Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attached. Pass me those zip ties. Zip ties! And the knife. Knife! And my coffee. Are you sure? Who even gave you that? Coffee! Damn it. It's empty. My coffee is empty, Kishan. The world is beginning to vibrate? Maybe it's good that your cup runneth empty, yeah? I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it. How many shots did you put in there? Too many, Kishan. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. Imagine being daedalus and watching your son die doing the exact thing you told him not to do. He flew to the sun. I'm cultured. In unrelated news, I have a headache. I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. There's a twist ending to that one. I'm holding a knife, Kishan. No spoilers. No spoilers, promise. Gulp. Her neck? Alright, I'm gonna actually look at it this time. I didn't notice anything again. Alright, Jay. Just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You got this. Jesus, that face. Hey, kids. Ah! It's not that long. Is it? Intruder. Jesus. Kishan. My buddy. My pal. Did I get him? No, you missed. Compared to other people? In the game? Yeah. I think it's to make her look younger or something, like her head's oversized for a body kind of thing. But, wait. You threw it on purpose? Extremely on purpose, yes. I'm fine, by the way. Oh, it's just you. Would it have been worse if it was someone else? Probably. Unless they were an actual spy come to steal my robot designs. You never know who might be watching. Then it would have been good. Hey, I think I'm crashing. Z. Oh no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? She'll wake up in about 15 minutes with no ill effects. But you probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Screenshot that one for Pumpkin. Hey, Bodo. This is Pumpkin in a nutshell, right? There we go. Oh, she told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. Happy New Year, by the way, Bodo. 2022 is good for you and your family and everything. Great time to come in. Doing good. Shut up, DOP. Look, I got it right this time. Eat shit. Eat shit, Gex, too. I said New Year, not birthday. Fuck ya. Oh. She told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. You watch, some motherfucker's gonna have a birthday on January 2nd. And I'm gonna get it right. I mean, she's not wrong, but you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very convincing. Ashley's persuasiveness is a mystery. It clearly can't be logic, eloquence, or charisma that causes people to do her bidding. That knife in his head? No. Just to the side of him, it just missed. You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she'd nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw though. She makes me proud in the weirdest ways. Huh. Did she learn from the best? She did, but the best definitely wasn't me. Maddie's pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit probably. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. My name's Che. I used to own this place. Now I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. I'm Kishan, and I died today. Oh, got an achievement. Yay! I'm guessing there's achievements at the end of like every chapter ending or something. Ah! I'm alive. I'm alive? Oof, we got a loud one here. Oh, be nice. You know it's scary waking up. Big lights coming towards me. I think it's reliving its last moments. Looks like it. Usually the mailman knocks really loudly, but I just had a quiet knock. Give me a sec. Nope. Not the mailman. It's due in like 30 minutes. He has 30 minutes left to make the delivery window, so it's definitely coming soon. So sorry if I'm reacting to every fucking noise I hear. Family's over to spend time for New Year's Day, so you'll be lurking. No worries, King. Enjoy your January 1st. Catch you tonight for some death. What is happening? Hello. Do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club, pal. We are reborn in a new image. I see. I'm Kelper. Nice to meet you. So this is a beer bottle or something. Or a wine bottle. Cardboard box. And a jug of milk upside down. And I am Jacoby. I am undefined. I don't know if that name will stick. Its body is made of a milk carton. Should we just call it milk? No, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon, just because I'm made of a goon box. I wouldn't like that at all. Okay, so it's a goon box. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think. How does our new friend feel about it? Acceptable? Excellent. Nice to meet you, Lovelace. Well, I don't know why my camera's a bit framey there. I like how they dance. During intermissions at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. So I need my keyboard again. Woohoo! I can move. Ah, so I talk to her to continue. Wait, so what am I walking around as? Authentic Australian lamingtons. Ingredients: butter, sugar. Yep. You will also need oven, lamington pan, baking paper, an electric mixer, a lamington. Possible substitutions: chicken eggs can be used in place of mallee fowl eggs. If electricity is not available, whale oil mixers can be used instead. It is strongly hypothesized that a homunculus made with lamington DNA could be used in lieu of an actual lamington, but no confirmed tests have been confirmed, due to the lack of success in producing actual homunculi, especially homunculi capable of baking. Okay. It's so dark. Brightness is at max, there's nothing else I can do about this. Contrast up a bit. Just so cold. I'm perfect right now, but I do have the heater on. And an electric blanket on my lap. Oh, it's the goon sack. Row Battle Royale Robots Power Rankings. Windless. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was styled to be like a girl who could run control storms and run like a ninja, a real lass of the wind. Or maybe a girl of the elements, someone with the ability to become the wind itself. If I were a windlass, I could vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I would be right there, but she wouldn't notice it, because I would be one with the wind. Then, when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. This would only work outside and in the rooms that are really breezy, so I could probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked it up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up, which at first made me think this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arm under enemy bots and pulling it up to flip them over. It never even tries to smash the other bots to bits or melt it with fire. But then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. Windlass moves like a master, spending the entire match trying to bait its opponent into exposing its weakness. And then, like a ninja master that knows how to jab at exactly the right pressure point on the back of the neck to make her enemy's head explode, Windlass grabs the enemy bot by the one part of it that happens to be sticking out at the wrong time and flips it onto its back. Note, most bots only have wheels or legs on the bottom, not on the top, so when you flip them over, they're totally helpless and the match is over. To avoid this happening, make sure to put wheels on the top as well. When I make a bot like Windlass, I'm gonna call it Badass, because that's what it is. I used to love those robot wars and all those. Fucking good as shit. Sorry I was driving, it's hard to see. No worries, dude. It should be hard to see, because you should not watch while driving. Good idea, you can put your dog on your lap. Yeah, pets are like built-in heaters pretty much. Be back in a bit if you're still on. Got a couple of things to get done. Have fun. No worries, takers. Enjoy your day. If you can. I'll probably still be here. It's Sunday after all. Oh, be right back. Here's the mailman. Yoish. It's here. Wait, the mail gets delivered on Sunday? Yeah, up until 9 p.m. if I wanted it to. I can schedule it 9 p.m. on a Sunday. Actually scheduled it for 6 to 8 p.m. yesterday, New Year's Day. Saturday, New Year's Day, 6 to 8 p.m. And the dude came out, but I ended up going out. I wasn't home in time, so I rescheduled it for Sunday. Mail service is ridiculous here. I feel bad for them. There it is. New mic arms here. Hopefully this one doesn't break too quick. But honestly, this makeshift setup I've had is not that bad. Band's cool. It is, but like, I feel sorry for the fucking mail workers. This one guy, like during like when the Prime Day or like Black Friday, I get a lot of like online shopping, particularly Amazon. And I swear there's like only 2 people that deliver in my area, and this motherfucker, like I order something and schedule it for fucking 9 p.m. on a Friday night, and he's knocking on my door.
Mate, she's got a bigger dick than me too.
Hey pumpkin, you goblin. 9 p.m. on a Friday night and is there, and then I get something else that night and schedule it for Saturday in the morning. And it's the same fucking dude. Like, fuck, man. I'm sorry. But yeah, really settled in now over there. Yeah, I mean, in April, it'll be 5 years I've lived here. Like literally my whole adult life, pretty much. Like after I finished university, I just wallowed by myself, and then I ran away because I didn't want to think about real life, and I just stayed here. This was meant to just be an escape while I figured out like what the fuck I want to do with my life. But it's like, after coming here, it's not so much about being here in itself. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. It didn't feel like shit. It didn't feel like complete shit. And then I did for a bit. I fixed that last year. Well, this mic arm is a lot better than the last one, I think, already. And it was even cheaper. I think it will still break if I do the same thing I did with the last one. So I'm going to avoid doing that as much. Which was constantly adjusting it. I just need to find the right angle. Sorry. I'll mute the mic for a sec while I plug it in. You haven't... You haven't eaten in over 36 hours? Dude, fuck. Go get something. Good luck. Okay, there we go. That's better. I can take these fucking... I can take these weights off my table now. That's my makeshift fucking mic stand thing. Oh, I can have both earphones on now. I can turn the volume up. So I don't have to listen out for the door. So now, I can actually know if the game is too loud or not. So I can actually fucking hear it. I can listen to the music now. I don't know how good the music is because I could not really hear it before. You learn that when you're not stressed to hell and back, you don't eat often. Oh, interesting. You're a stress eater. I see. I'm probably the opposite. I generally eat well, but if I'm stressed about something, that's when I don't eat. I will definitely sad. I will definitely sad eat. But not stress eat. This might be reasonable. Your husband works at USPS and works 6 days a week. Used to work Sundays too because Amazon gives them the extra packages they don't want to deliver. Amazon's a fuckhead, and I always feel bad for using it because I don't like Amazon, but it's hard to make an ethical choice, you know, when it's cheaper for me. It's so hard. I called you a goblin? Yeah. Did you see my... Yeah, you did see it. You're also a stressed drinker. Gosh. Well, if you haven't eaten in 36 hours, that might mean that you're not super stressed at the moment, which is... I'm happy to hear. But yeah, good luck. Good luck braving the fucking cold to get some food. Why do you react with... Here, but you reacted with a crying, laughing ruffle elsewhere? Has this music been too loud for you guys? I know a lot of you, most, alt tab and do something else. Is this music fucking distracting? If you just wanna put the volume down and just listen to my sexy, beautiful voice while you're doing something else. Because I can turn this music down. Now that I have this on, it might be a little too loud. But let me know. It's fine for me. But I'm playing the game. Nah? Okay. Good to know. Try to avoid Amazon as much as I can, especially with your husband working for USPS. But I still made 15 purchases on there this year. It's so hard not to, especially clothing for me. Sizes here, Japanese sizes are very small. I'm not very small. Online, they have Champion. Champion is imported mostly, so that it's the American sizes. Champion in stores here? Champion's like a flashy hot brand here. It's fucking expensive, but Amazon, it's cheap. So, I can't not. Like, do I get in my car, drive 20 minutes to the mall, and buy a sweater for $80, or do I just sit in my fucking bed, look at my phone, and get it for 20? Not very small. Okay, so as far as you know, I am 10 centimeters. Yeah, well, I'm at least 10 centimeters tall. Maddie was about to leave the counter when an old-looking man pushed the door open. He was hunched over and he walked with a bit of a limp, and even at the distance she could see the leathery texture of his skin, a testament to many years well lived. Maddie had been about to leave the counter to Che, but there was something in the way the man walked that made her want to stay long enough to see if she had any special request. She wasn't sure if she would like the man, and in fact, she was fairly sure that there was a good chance that she wouldn't have much to say to the man, or that she would be interested in hearing from him. But it was obvious that the man had paid his dues, and she felt that she owed him at least a few moments of her time. Even if he hadn't done anything in life worth of admiration, he at least had done enough to earn her respect. It was only when the man sat down that Maddie saw that his skin was cracked, but not wrinkled. His body had been aged, but it had been aged by the elements and the sun more than it had been aged by the passage of time. The slight limp in his step could have easily been the limp of a young man who had spent one day too many lifting loads that were 1 kilo too heavy for him. He took the seat directly in front of her. "You serve food here?" Apparently the man was more interested in finding out what was on offer than figuring out where he was. Maddie kept herself from visibly smirking. There was something she liked about guests like that, people whose only question was what was on tap. Maddie glanced at Che. He gave a nod of assent. Yes, Che was willing to play the role of grill master today. "We do serve food," she said. The man squinted up at the menu above him. "My eyes don't work too well in this light," he said. "Got a paper menu?" Maddie reached under the counter and pulled out a menu that looked just as aged as the man sitting in front of her. Its scars were from coffee stains, not cuts. But as she watched the man hold the menu, there was something about the combination of the two of them that felt right to her. The man stared at the menu for a good deal longer than it must have taken him to read everything on it. He finally spoke after a long, considered pause. "Do you suppose it would be a problem if I were to order something if I didn't intend to actually eat it?" "That's not the kind of thing that would offend me," said Maddie. Actually, it was exactly the kind of thing that would offend her. Yet there was something in the way that the man asked that made her feel like whatever reason he might have for not eating food he was served, it would be a good one. And she was half interested to find out what the man's reaction would be. "I'll have the grilled halibut," he said. "Ah, halibut," said Maddie. She understood. Many people enjoyed the concept of grilled fish more than they liked it in practice, and if this man knew himself well enough to be upfront and honest about that, she could respect that. "I can't promise that it's never been frozen. I hope that's not a problem," she said, sure that it wouldn't be. "Sounds like my kind of fish," said the man. "The best halibut swim in cold water. Ain't a problem if that water happens to be in solid form after the halibut passes." She nodded to Che, who nodded back and headed to the freezer. The man placed both... Sorry, this is longer than I thought. Let me just catch up then. I did not think we were talking about height then. Oh, goodness. Also, yeah, I feel you. The only maternity clothes chain near me closed, so you've taken chances on Amazon too. They're pretty much the least expensive online retailer for these things now. Shake my head. Yeah, it's hard to not support the corporate giants. There was something serene in the way that the man sat there with no inclination to glance around and inspect the cafe he was in. No nervous movement in his legs, no strained expression on his face to express what he was waiting for something to happen. He looked so calm that Maddie almost didn't want to disturb him, but she chaffed at the idea that only squeaky wheels were deserving of grease. Some wheels were just too polite to ask. Do you want a drink while you're waiting on that? I don't think I need a drink, said the man. All right, said Maddie, picking up a whiskey bottle and placing it in his field of view, a reminder of what he was free to ask for. The man squinted. Is that Jack Daniels? Indeed it is, said Maddie. The man's shoulders rose a bit in what looked like barely a chuckle. Got a fondness for that particular drink? It's just that we share the same name, said the man. I'm Jack Daniel. No relation to the distiller. I had several friends who took it upon themselves to check. As you might imagine, I've seen a lot of those bottles over the years. It's the kind of gift that people enjoy giving you when you have a name like that. Is it a gift that you enjoyed receiving? It's always a pleasure to receive a gift, said Jack. It's nice to know that you have friends who care about you and think about you. Is it a gift that you enjoyed consuming? I had a shelf in my flat where I collected them, waiting for other people to come so I'd have an excuse to open them. Ah, said Maddie, picking up the bottle and placing it below the counter. Sorry if I brought up a bad memory. He laughed. Where's the bad memory? They're good to receive from friends and good to share with friends. It's a reminder of the people who I was close to and the things I did with them. No need to apologize for that. Maddie smiled. She was beginning to find that she liked Jack, and it seemed like Jack was the kind of person who liked her, if for no other reason than that he liked people, and Maddie was people. She chuckled with him, and she enjoyed the chuckle so much that she almost missed Jack's momentary sideways glance, an unguarded moment when his mind seemed to be on something other than what he was talking about. It was only an instant, but it was a flicker of pain that she'd learned to recognize over the years. There was something in him that was hurting, even as he remembered his friends. A sense of loss? A regret about something left unsaid? Maddie wasn't sure. Whatever it was none of her business, but she wanted it to be her business. Well, anything you want, just ask, said Maddie. Cup of water, warm glass of milk. Warm glass of milk? How old do you think I am? Maddie shrugged. 5 or 6? Just the right age to drink a tall glass of milk before being shooed off to bed at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm just barely older, said Jack. But if I do want that glass of milk, I guess I know who to ask. Interesting. The Fisherman won. So I think it will keep... Like each chapter we'll get a new thing about that. Are they interesting? Because they're a lot longer and they're optional content. I tried to do it with no breaks, but it was longer than I thought. I just read that one. Highlighted passages from Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. Most study of alchemy throughout history can be categorized as either practical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to understand the world only as is needed to fulfill certain utilitarian ends, and philosophical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as it is, without prejudice for which portions of the alchemical understanding can be wielded to utilitarian ends. In the modern alchemy movement, there has been a tendency within literature to place a greater emphasis on philosophical alchemy, based on the premise that coming to a more complete and correct understanding of the universe is the best way for us to discover new practical methods for the physical use of alchemy. Much of this is based on the modern scientific movement and the post-Enlightenment era. Much like our understanding of theoretical physics gives us more accurate models of physical reality which have real applications in engineering, having a better understanding of alchemy on a philosophical level informs our practice of alchemy. However, it may be that this focus on alchemy, which places an emphasis on being correct rather than useful, has thrown out the baby with the bathwater. Admittedly, my position here is hardly biased. The fact that practical studies of alchemy have largely been chased underground and is the reason that the tome you're reading is self-published rather than distributed through more official channels. For example, underappreciated in the development of modern alchemical practices is the use of a 5-element model. Early pre-Aristotelian Aristotelian alchemical models were based on an understanding of 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Later, alchemical models separated elements into 4 categories of earth, water, air, and fire. While this model may be more accurate and reflect an evolution of our understanding of alchemy, it seems to sacrifice the more practical separation of elements in a way that better allows us to understand less tangible things. While wood is not an element strictly speaking, it helps for us to think of it as such. Fuck me. After all, juxtaposing wood against elements such as metal and fire makes it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about the wood that seems to make it behave like a super element with practical uses beyond the conventional. There is a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually led us to discard the 5-element model, the new model no longer allows for the existence in this sort of question to exist in academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It is a book for troublemakers and rule breakers. Indeed, the fact that you hold this book in your hands right now is probably evidence that you have broken several rules to require it. That, or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you are reading my work in search of identifying information which might lead you to my location, or you are reading to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. Perhaps, after reading my work, you'll realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you've been to believe. Or perhaps you will realize that they're exactly as dangerous as you've been told. Fuck me. That one was hard to read because I don't know, big words. While you're reading all this, I can't help to laugh and think MK must be loving that you're reading everything out loud for him. If he's listening in like headphones, just walking around fucking Office Works, like deciding on what office chair to pick. It's just me fucking butchering all these goddamn alchemical terms. I can't even go upstairs yet. Okay, I think that's everything. I read that. This one was interesting, like the one about the person at the bar. I like that one. The alchemy one went over my fucking head. I think that's all of them. Did I do this? Crucible product reviews. I don't think I did this one yet. Spirit-resistant quartz crucibles with self-sealing lids. Product description. Heat-resistant. Self-sealing lids from airtight... Okay. Product reviews. 5 out of 5. I love this. The covering, despite being quartz, has a textured appearance that gives it a silky smooth feel to it. Most crucibles feel sterile and cold, but this one makes for a perfect beverage container when entertaining guests. 4 out of 5. The previous crucible set I used was inherited from my grandmother, who brought them over from New England. Unfortunately, 2 months at sea were not kind to her spiritware, and her crucibles were filled with tiny cracks and microfractures that allowed unsightly looking soot to build up, leaving them stained with hard grey lines everywhere, looking like they were about to crack apart at any moment. She used them for several decades to come, but every time I worked with her and watched them heat up, I was afraid they were constantly on the verge of shattering. One she used to contain a lost wayward spirit for several days before finding a home for it, and I would get up at night to check the embers under the crucible, and it always unsettled me seeing how fragile the container was. Several times I found myself tempted to tip the crucible over, just to see how easily it would shatter under my soft touch. Needless to say, this new set is much nicer. They are sterile, and I can keep several of them in my bedroom without feeling unsettled by their presence. 2 of the crucibles in my set arrived with small chips in them, but I contacted the manufacturer and they replaced them at no charge. The replacements were express shipped, and the process was quick and painless, so great customer service, and they offer replacements up to 1 year. For the price, they can't be beat. 4 out of 5. What are you doing? What the fuck was that? Owned mine for 2 weeks, and it didn't crack. Decent for the price. 5 out of 5. Received mine in the mail this morning and can't wait to try it out. So glad to have finally found someone selling crucibles at a reasonable price. A brand name one costs over $200, which is just outrageous. 1 out of 5. Bought this several weeks ago since it was the cheapest crucible on the site advertised as spirit resistant. I'm working on a filter for my The fuck? What's this word here? Philtre. For my graduate thesis, and purchased 100 of these labs for use. 100 of these for lab use. Alright. Let's look this up. Philtre. Why don't I know this word? Meaning. A drink supposed to arouse love and desire for a particular person in the drinker. A love potion. Okay. My plan was to monitor 100 different animal spirits over with different types of plant matter and compare how different biomaterials affected their vigor over a 90-day period. You googled it as I did. I wouldn't be surprised if that was one you knew. The first day, I set the first 5 with samples of mugroot, feverfew, ginger, ginseng, and golden seal. I placed them in the crucibles over low heat, 80 Celsius, and left them overnight, and over the next 2 days did the same with all of the remaining crucibles, finishing on a Friday and leaving the lab alone for the weekend. When I arrived back on Monday, I knew that something was wrong when I noticed a rain cloud hovering over the door. It's not uncommon for rain clouds to appear at any time of the year, at any time of day in our part of the country. But it's quite another to find a rain cloud localized entirely within the hallway of your research lab. I braced for the worst, but I guess I should have braced harder. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell when I opened the door. I immediately felt my eyes watering and actually found myself choking. It smelled so bad. I slammed the door shut and went to the basement to grab one of the emergency respirators we keep down there. Unfortunately, the respirator did little to mask the terrible stench inside of the lab. I opened the first crucible and saw that it was filled with a tar-like substance, and as I studied its inky black, writhing form, I felt the air sucked out of me, almost like it was trying to drag me into the abyss with it. I threw it onto the floor and the container shattered, splattering the floor with the tar-like substance, which began slowly crawling across the room. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed the tar until it was completely covered, and heard what sounded like a sputtering noise followed by a long gasp and a scream that faded into oblivion. After poking at the fire extinguisher spray, whatever was underneath was clearly quenched. I took the remaining crucibles and placed them in the oven and baked them at a temperature of 1,600 degrees for several hours as I sat alone in the lab, contemplating the cruelty of existence and wondering what my academic advisor would have to say about my thesis project. After several hours of waiting, I opened the oven and checked the contents of the crucibles, revealing nothing but ash. Whatever it was that had been drawn by the spiritual emissions of my lab work, it was gone from my world, but the memory of that day will haunt me for all the remaining days of my life. 1 out of 5. Do not buy this crucible for spirit-related applications. My wife is one of the product designers who worked on this item. The crucibles in this listing come from a manufacturer called Masakuri LLC. Back in 2013, they were some of the best hardware you could get for your money and earned a reputation among hobbyists as great value for anyone working on a budget. In 2016, they did a survey and found that fewer than 3% of buyers were actually using the crucibles for spirit-related applications and decided they could cut costs by removing the spirit resistance properties. However, they found that products advertised with updated ad copy to reflect this didn't sell as well, so they continued using the old product description, which advertised it as spirit resistant, with a new product line, which is not spirit resistant. I don't know how they are getting away with this. Apparently the definitions of what is actually spirit resistant are legally murky, and the number of people affected is small enough that they continue to sell well. You calling me some witch that makes love potions? I mean, no. Just figured it'd be a word you'd know. I feel like it would come up in like all those fantasy erotic novels I'm sure you're a big fan of. Stay far, far away from this one, and warn anyone you know of who might buy an item like this that it does not work as advertised. 5 out of 5. Nice color. Okay. Fuck me, all these are so much longer than I thought. I was like, oh, it's just gonna be like product reviews, a couple jokes will be in there. Nah. Multiple paragraphs. Alright, chapter 2. That didn't sound convincing, punk. I mean, wasn't meant to be. Ugh. Got so much reading. I'm gonna like kill my voice or something. Man, I'd love to see that. I could use a pick me up. I can't promise it'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still though. JC, you don't read books? Me either. This is like as booky as it gets for me now. A hallway that's only there sometimes? How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another slightly longer one that we use instead. It's much less exciting, but on the upside, it's consistently there. I love telling new people about it though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. Quantum. When people start getting nervous about magic, they usually start trying to explain it using science terms to reassure themselves. Or enthusiastic at all, actually. Because as soon as I stop to think about it, I realize I'm extremely messed up about this. I understand. Your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or, your unlife. I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Geez. That's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off of this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it to not be, really. So the cafe's alive? Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating. So, quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. Cuppa. Australian vernacular for cup of tea. An important cultural institution, especially when drunk in the afternoon. Is that Australian? I'm pretty sure that's British, right? We just stole it. Not stole it. We're British. You used to read books when you were younger. Every time there was a storm, I'd read a book on the patio and watch it. You got lazy. Yeah, I liked them in like high school and stuff. I really like Thomas Harris, like the Hannibal Lecter series. I liked those a lot. And Earth's Children. I liked the Earth's Children series when I was younger. What else did I like? I read a few of like the Michael Bosch, the detective one. I forget who the writer was. But yeah, I don't think I've like properly read a book in a long time. I like a lot of like short, like one-shot books. But yeah. I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? Nah, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? I didn't actually catch it and I feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie? She's the owner now, not just the barista. Still makes coffee, of course. But since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, huh? No, I have a boyfriend. Had? Oh, geez, this is a lot. I can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now. Sorry. Don't enable him, Kishan. Shush. I can get you something stronger, mate. Shot of whiskey, perhaps? A neat bourbon will always be the perfect mix of classy, yet unpretentious. I thought this was a cafe. Well, it is, mostly. We do serve alcohol, though, and stronger things on request. Stronger? Like what? Baijiu? Absinthe? Pure ethanol? You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that? Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure. Remind me later and I might pull out some of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kishan. Hey, someone's gonna drink it. I know you're not gonna touch the stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me. I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. We'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Kishan, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex? Gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If we have the ingredients, it shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you. Cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse coconut milk macchiato? Oh my god. With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top? Maddie? Yes, dearest? Can you, I don't quite know how. Is this real? Oh, is it too much? I was gonna ask for that shot of whiskey Che mentioned earlier, but it seemed a little extra. Well, yes, it is too much. I don't think even Starbucks would serve that. Why? Because it's a fucked up order, man. Dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Urge. Maddie has all the classic symptoms of being a pyromaniac, but she's definitely not a pyromaniac. Oh, but the whiskey's fine. I do that too. I have a counter offer, which you have to accept. Yeah? I'll make you another double shot long black, and I'll put whiskey in it, but I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, on God, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards, if that's any consolation. Yikes. That does sound like a competitive counter offer. Not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. Smirk. Normie. So, to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the laws of physics, has a heart attack's worth of sugar in it, and is something only wankers ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead, or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place, which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. Resurrection is reserved for emergencies, and the council has very particular definitions about what constitutes an emergency. Many centuries pass without a single qualified emergency. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. It's a bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old, and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place? You've got a certain amount of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can be bought, sold, and exchanged, generally speaking. But the Council of Death always collects on debts owed to them. And you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. Your soul starts to get itchy too. Itchy. Is there any feeling less pleasant than an itch you can't scratch? Probably, but it's still up there. It's not something you want to experience. You can die twice by the barista using your soul to scrub her countertops. Maybe. I wonder how capable she is of things like that. Or are they just all empty threats? We've had a few stay past their allotted time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. Uh-huh. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer, and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. The terminal is a place where borrowed time has a very literal meaning. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole as it is, hours-wise. And cash-wise. We're extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. She looks like she'd be able to do it. She does. I really like how she looks, actually. There's something happening tonight, actually, that you might be interested in. Seriously? You're still doing that? Shush. You know the council doesn't look on that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers and helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. We have a 13-year-old here right now. You know? She's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. She's right though. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Stress. Ashley's at that age where she's learned to recognize when other people are stressed, but not experienced enough to fully understand what it feels like. Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So, fuck Ned. Goodness, I think you've had too much coffee today. I'm crashing so hard right now you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash, and I'm having a double crash or something. All I ask is that you try to keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay, does Kishan count? It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you learn to ignore it pretty quick. Housemates, a great way to save money on rent and never get lonely, if you're not attached to the idea of personal space. Are tradies? Were tradies? Ugh. They're still tradies, unless they changed career in the last couple days. But they're not my roommates anymore, because... Hey, mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks. And I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yep. Even just adopting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? Yeah, that'd be good. The TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Storm. Melbourne storm. A somewhat unusual weather phenomenon, known for being the only one of its kind to occur below the Barassi line. Huh. It looks like a decent sized one's rolling in. Noted, Jason likes the looks of chicks who would threaten to use your soul as a cleaning product. I mean, yeah. And purple hair and glasses. Melbourne weather strikes again. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? Groan. Do you need a bribe? Yes. I have some chocolate hidden away. Acceptable. Fuck, man. All this coffee talk. I might have to have a second cup. Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't, yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes, but not the contents of my pockets? Pockets. A good place for things that don't have a place. Chewing gum, spare change, nervous hands. You survived the cold? Well done. What did you get to eat? I don't. Oh wait, yeah, pockets. I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. Death doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, fortunately. Ah! What are you doing, Mitzi? So about this drink. I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something? Why is that? Like I'm a little crazy, huh? Wake up not knowing if they'll cook your breakfast or hit you over the head with a fry pan. I don't think she's crazy. I don't think she'd hit me over the head with a fry pan. So I wouldn't tick her off. She would 100% find me like charismatic, charming. Basically the same thing. If we met, she'd love me. She'd never even threaten to wipe my soul. Wipe my dick. A turkey sandwich and Funyuns. Did you put the Funyuns in the sandwich? Or are they just on the side? You don't... you don't like making complex drinks. Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-laced milkshake for overcompensating soccer dads. You're gonna put them in the sandwich now. Oh, hell yeah. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Oh, okay. What have you got then? Che's got everything you can think of, and then some. I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside? Outside? Some guy out in the rain? Ah, shit. Maddie? Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on that drink. Oh. Who this? Look, my first thought was fucking Among Us. Morning. Hi? Hello, recently departed. Same? Hey, that hat you're wearing kind of makes you look like, an Among Us character. Amogus. Ned Kelly? I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So, how'd this one cock it? Good morning to you too, Ned. It is Ned? It's 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline. Piss off, Nedwood. That's not even my full name. Isn't it, Maddie? Chase said it was, and he never lies. He never said that. Well, no, but it was worth a try. A try at what? Catching me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Mate, I am so off balance right now that a light breeze would knock me head over ass. Don't push me. Hey, this mint julep is great. You immediately thought of the Blackwood from Riverdale. Oh, Lord. Just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. I mean, yeah, I see that too. So, you catch the game last night? Game. The Australian Football League provides everyone with a chance to root for your favourite local team. Unless you're Tasmanian. No. And I do not care to discuss the egg sport with you, or anyone else. Don't try it. Oof. Just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you, though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Che at some point, but it can wait, seeing as he's missing. Planning on sending out a search party? Might do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by letting him wander onto some train tracks or something. Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs last I saw. What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you lot are racking up. Fled. Some obligations have a way of following you, no matter where you run to. He can't go that far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt, it's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Che! Your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure. But you also work for the Council of Death. So even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out. Is the Council of Death like a normal city council except for where dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. This guy? Me? No. You. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you, Ned, the trash man from hell. Because councils pick up trash. That's the joke. Oh, cool. It's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. I'm not from hell. I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case we weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I get it. You know how long Che's gonna be? Dunno. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I had to hide like 5 steak knives from her. I didn't even know we had 5 steak knives. Bit quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there? Does it matter? Well, your employer's being very rude to me, so if you'd heard any of that. I keep trying to tell him. Ah, my employee. Yes. We have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Maddie's not one to back away from a challenge, but if she did, she wouldn't be the first. Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Ha! Far from it. There's been a bit of shake-up in the cafe's management structure since you last visited. Oh no. Don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Hey, does anyone like mint juleps? Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? Oh yeah, he gave her the whole thing. Oh my god. I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure, that's for me to give. The usual? Yes, please. How come he gets a curly straw? So, Che, spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to just offer the tip. Oh my god. Well, every man's got his price. Can my price be a curly straw too? Buddy. I'll give you 2 if it means you'll stop complaining about numb lips. Yeah, what did you make this with? I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put in a bunch of baijiu and chili seeds. It's got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit, if nothing else. Does this have any mint or julep in it? At all? It definitely may be lacking mint, and I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep. You asked for baijiu earlier though, so there you go. Mission complete. Maddie, I'm getting very drunk very fast. Baijiu will do that to you. I don't even know what baijiu is. Here, I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need no lie down. Kishan, dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths at the back. It's nice and quiet over there. I'll fight ya. I'll win though. Up you get, mate. Bloody hell. It would have been helpful if you've told me about this before. Probably. I'm not worried about it. Maddie knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe situation, and it's natural that it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Oh, here we go. Baijiu, also known as showed you is a colorless liqueur, typically coming in between 35 and 60% alcohol by volume. Each type of baijiu uses a distinct type of Q for fermentation, unique to the distillery for the distinct and characteristic flavor profile. Bless you, thank you. So what was happening? Ned, who is from the Council of Death, came in. And he just found out that Maddie is now the owner. Maddie knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe situation, and it's natural that it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it? Dog's dinner. Ned would know. Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, not worried about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment on that for the moment. I'm unfortunately here on official business. Oh. I shouldn't have given you the straw then. No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that. Straw? No, I'll get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it with the dirty dishes then. I want this fucking straw. Oh. The sacrifices I make for this job. Hey, you met me through it, so you can't have been all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago. Man, really? Longer. Time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-immortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line. Expiry? Time comes for us all. Fucking thanks, game. Well, it's 10:30 here and I'm already getting sleepy, so if I pass out, you know where I've gone. Hopefully I still have a little bit to go, though. No worries, Leia. Good night. Sleep well. Happy New Year. Thanks for spending even a second of the first day of an entire year with me. The best way to start a year. Yeah, thanks a lot. Take care, I'll see you around maybe next Sunday or something. Look after yourself. What's this about immortality? I'm not going yet. Yeah, I know you're not going yet, but I won't know when you're going, so I'll say the goodbye now. Hey, you should buy more plants. Shut up! Sorry, continue. Immortality? Nothing that I'd trust you with, that's for sure. Or, do you want to see crotchety old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers. Amateur. Amateur can describe someone who's not good enough to turn pro, but it could also mean someone who passionately engages in something just for the pure love of it. Your loss. So, you two heading upstairs? Actually, Ned does in fact have something fairly important to discuss with you. Oh? It's about the debt you owe to the council. Yeah, I know. What about it? This is an amazing angle. Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours. Che signed a contract. The hours or the cafe. You own the cafe, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Oh shit! Hype, hype, hype. Turn the volume up.
I waited here so long, I listened for your song, and fell right through what you said. There's nothing left to give, nothing left to give. There's nothing left
That was all the intro. 3.5 hours into my day. Not that I've been playing for 3.5 hours. But I was sick. Alright. Volume back down a bit. Sorry for that. That was kind of intense. Do they do that often? The song and dance thing? Yeah, what do they think they are? Some sort of anime street gang? What sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme song? Don't be a downer, pal. No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter. Oh, between Maddie and Ned? Yes. Yeah, they've got chemistry. Not the romantic kind. The explosive kind. Can't leave them in the same room together, or they'll kill each other. Bad history? Maddie's just a seriously troublesome person from Ned's perspective. Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him. No, I suppose not. I mean, he doesn't make it easy either. I don't think he's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't he a famous criminal? And therein lies the irony of the situation. What a strange world we live in. So actually is Ned Kelly? Interesting. This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Doodle mode is now available. You can now speak to Ashley to access doodle mode. Ooh. Oh, I'm upstairs. Oh, darts. Can I play darts? No. Maddie's inbox. Keep the balance. I can't go. Okay, so chapter 2, I'm like stuck upstairs. Billiards. I don't see Ashley anywhere though. Alright, let's check Maddie's inbox. From Jeanette Annette. GeneBean19 at yahoo.com. Spirit beacon leaking. January 25th, 2014. To the admin. Hi Madeline. This is Jeanette from the location down by the docks. I believe we met in person for the first time last month. I was opening up this morning and noticed that most of our spirit juice was gone. I checked the map and saw that you're the nearest location with the spirit beacon. I think you may have drained some of our supply. Honest mistake, I'm sure. But if you could stop running your spirit beacon during peak hours, that would be much appreciated. Thanks, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Jeanette. Oh, from Jeanette. Spirit beacon leaking. Hi Madeline, hope you got my previous message. Just wanted to give you an update on the spirit juice situation over here. I had several bottles that I marked last night, just to confirm the issue. And when I got in this morning, the levels were below where I marked them. We're definitely losing spirit juice, and you're the only spirit beacon close enough to be affecting us. Please modulate your use to reasonable levels. I don't think this should be a problem, as long as you're not running your beacon overnight. Again, not trying to assign blame here, but please be considerate to folks at other locations. Thanks, Jeanette. From Jeanette. Free spirit leaking. Madeline. We are draining spirit juice over here so fast that if I sit and watch, I can see disappearing from the bottle. You're the only spirit beacon that is even remotely close to where we are, so we really need you to stop. If it's affecting us, then it's probably affecting other locations. This is completely unacceptable. Fix this now. Jeanette. From Jeanette. Hey Madeline, care to explain why you weren't at the terminal today when I showed up? I spoke with a girl named Ashley, who said you decided to take the day off. What a coincidence. I was not impressed by the crying routine you had her do. Honestly, you should be ashamed of using a child's fake tears to try and hide from a situation that you caused. Turn off your beacon. I don't want to be the bad guy here, but if you don't do something, I'm going to have to get the council involved. From Clarence From. Subject, misplaced cutlery. Hi Maddie, this is Clance from the docks location. Just wanted to give you a heads up. This morning we found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe you met Jeanette last month, was leaving spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak. We ended up having a bit of a problem with some animated cutlery. We have the situation under control over here, and we're mostly sure everything is accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, this started happening about a week ago, which might be enough for something to wander off far enough that we wouldn't be able to detect it. Very unlikely that this happened, but just wanted to give you a heads up in case a possessed steak knife wandered off far enough to find your beacon and decides to pay you a visit. Sorry about this situation. Rest assured. Nicky, Happy New Year, dude. How you doing, man?
Hey Jace. Happy New Year, buddy, smile.
She always sounds so fucking apathetic. Yeah, Happy New Year, dude. Hope you're bringing in the new year nice and healthy and good. You doing good? I'm doing great myself, thanks. Had a good start to the new year. And yeah. Do you do resolutions or anything like that? I don't have one. But if this year goes as well as the end of last year did for me, I'll be fine. That's all I hope. I don't know what I could do to guarantee that. Try me best. By the way, are you planning on going to M's birthday next month? Regards, Clance. From Maddie Zhao. From admin at Terminal Velocity. Misplaced currency. Cutlery. Hi Clance. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I no longer use this address. Please use contact for anything related to terminal business. Hope you enjoyed M's birthday party. I don't remember why I couldn't attend, but I'm sure it was a good reason. Maddie. So she was accused of stealing the spirit stuff, but it wasn't her at all. Okay. Advisory role. May as well. Need to find Ashley. That's the big thing. Where the hell is Ashley? Maddie was washing her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Hate to confess something or here to ask for something, thought Maddie to herself as she dried her hands and turned to face the girl. The grin on Ashley's face confirmed that it was the latter. Maddie arched an eyebrow and turned to the coffee grinder. Ashley stepped around the corner and stood close enough to Maddie to occupy her field of view. Every time Maddie turned, Ashley again repositioned herself. She was waiting for Maddie to notice her. After a minute, Maddie decided that having Ashley hovering around her was more distracting than indulging whatever it was she wanted to talk about her. What do you need, Ashley? I don't need anything, said Ashley. Though now that you mention needing things, I think you might need something. Such as an advisor. Ashley smiled triumphantly as she delivered the word. Aha. What would I need an advisor for? To advise you, of course, said Ashley. And I suppose you have a suggestion for who I should take on as an advisor? Well, said Ashley, now that you mention it, I'm not too busy. I could be your advisor because you're an expert on advising. That's what an advisor needs to know about. And what makes you an expert on advising? I've been learning a lot about advisors, said Ashley. They get to help make important decisions, and then the person they're advising has to take responsibility for them. That's why I'd make a good advisor. Because you don't want to take responsibility for your actions? I'd take responsibility for my advice, but if someone follows my advice, then that's their decision and their responsibility. Duh. I don't think I need an advisor, said Maddie. Oh, but you do, said Ashley. Aren't you always complaining about how busy you are? Yes, said Maddie. So busy that I don't have time to have extra counseling sessions with you. I'm not going to be your counselor, Maddie. I'm going to be your advisor. The difference being, a counselor counsels, an advisor advises. Of course, said Maddie. Busy people always seem to have advisors, said Ashley. The Prime Minister has advisors. Presidents too. All the most important people have advisors. Their advisors tend to be more experienced than they are, said Maddie. Advice travels from those who have it to those who need it. Well, I'm doing fine, so I don't need advising, said Ashley. But you could do with some advising, and I'd be happy to give you all the advice I've got. Plus, you're more important than I am. You're kind of like the Prime Minister of the terminal, or the President of the terminal, or whatever. The kind of person who needs advisors. I see, said Maddie. So, am I hired? You already have a lot on your plate, I'm sure, said Maddie. Nope, said Ashley. I've got lots of time free. Ah, in that case, you have time to wash these dishes for me, said Maddie, tossing a drying rag to Ashley. Let me know when you're done. Wait, said Ashley. I'm only free to advise. I'm physically fatigued from a long day of work. Only my mind has extra processing power. I can only help you if it's by advising. Well, advising has physical responsibilities associated with it, right? Said Maddie. Like sometimes an advisor will go to places to get important information. I guess so, said Ashley. I can do anything that relates to giving you information. In that case, advisor Ashley, I need you to give me a report on which of these plates looks best when it's sparkling clean. But they're all dirty right now. Exactly. Time for you to do some investigative research. See ya. Okay. So that's the dynamic between them. Keep the balance. You're overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules that Maddie kept posted by the door. This 24-hour rule, are you sure you've been enforcing it? I think how we run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie. Actually, it absolutely is my business, said Ned. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules. So, audit me. Fine, said Ned. Let me check your ledger. We don't keep a ledger, said Maddie. Maybe you should, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at the door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like that in place. Some people overstay their welcome, other people understay it, said Che. There's no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right, said Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. So maintain the balance, because when you don't, then we have a problem. We're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as full-time doorman, said Maddie. Figure it out, said Ned. He tapped the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people you think you just colloquially mean one day, and they don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That would be fine, said Che, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stay. Trust me, said Ned. Anyone who would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is going to mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour plus however long it takes to finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit? I give a shit, said Che. You're right, you should give a shit, said Ned. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours, because the balance is upset and you've got to correct it. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Che. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to take this place away from you. That would be quite the escalation, said Maddie. Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to, said Ned. Let's try not to escalate it any further. Che sighed. Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours, okay? Buzz off. Wow, really? Said Ned. Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the signs, you should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Frap should be for coffee, not tea. Done, said Maddie. Wait, really? Said Ned. Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also, that caramel, we'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him toward the door. Hold up, said Ned. What are you doing? Removing an unwanted guest, said Maddie. I need the practice if we're going to start enforcing those rules you care about so much. Now, said Ned as he continued backpedaling to stay upright. Look, you could just... Bye, said Maddie as Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door in his face. She turned around, leaning her back against the door and sighed. Che raised an eyebrow. You're serious about the rule change? Yeah, said Maddie. We'll change the sign and the menu after we close tonight. Wait, really? The rule change is just to keep him off our back, said Maddie. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take that off anyway, said Maddie. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Well, okay, said Che. Though I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out. Of course, said Maddie. Wouldn't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with all that extra time anyway? Fucking green tea frappuccino. I mean, she's not wrong. Oh, what's this? Delicate operation. I think the billiards one's going to be the best. I think the billiard is going to be about another, like, dead person. So save that one to last. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced as the floor cracked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley tiptoed to the case where Maddie kept the baked goods. Ashley lifted the glass off the case and closed her eyes at the scent of yesterday's lamingtons wafted up and overwhelmed her. Ashley had spent most of her life convinced that she didn't like coconuts, but that had changed the day that Che introduced her to lamingtons. To be fair, Ashley still wasn't sure that she actually liked coconut. Chocolate frosting could make anything taste good, but she couldn't deny the cake's irresistible allure. Ashley lifted a lamington from the case and gently set the lid back down. She raised the lamington to her lips and opened her mouth to take a bite. Ashley? In a moment of panic, Ashley shoved the pastry into her mouth and sealed her lips. Her mouth was quickly overwhelmed with the pastry's thick frosting covering, and she did her best to choke it down before turning to face Maddie. Huh? Said Ashley, hoping that her cheeks didn't betray what was inside. Ah, good, you're here, said Maddie. It was a bad sign anytime Maddie expressed pleasure at seeing Ashley. Normally, Maddie wavered between being annoyed by Ashley's presence and being indifferently tolerant of her. Anytime Maddie was happy to see Ashley, it meant work. I need you to deliver something to Che for me, said Maddie, turning to the counter to pick up a small bottle of something. As Maddie turned her attention to the bottle, Ashley took advantage of her momentary distraction to gulp down the remainder of the pastry. No time to chew it, but her teeth would have done much good with the thick frosting. You're not busy, are you? Said Maddie. Ashley shook her head no. The pastry was no longer inside her mouth to create a conspicuous bulge of cheeks, but opening her mouth would reveal the thick chocolate frosting that was still probably present on her teeth, so she kept her lips sealed. Good, said Maddie. He's upstairs. Get this to him ASAP. She handed the bottle to Ashley, and Ashley found herself surprised by how light the bottle was. Looking down, she could see that the bottle had thin walls. Within those thin walls, it contained some clear liquid, and its seal was held in place with a metal clamp, hermetically sealed. Ashley turned toward the stairs, holding the neck of the bottle in one hand, and let out a sigh. One last thing. Ashley swallowed her sigh with a gulp and closed her mouth before facing Maddie, lips tightly shut. Be careful not to drop it, said Maddie. Thousands could die if you spill any of it. In any other situation, Ashley would have asked Maddie a probing question to figure out what was in the bottle, or to get some idea of the significance of the task that had been assigned to her. Significant enough that thousands of lives held in the balance, but apparently not important enough for Maddie to do it herself. But Ashley's lips remained sealed, and she merely nodded and turned around. Lamingtons were not meant to be consumed in a single bite, especially by mouths as small as Ashley's, and the thickness of the frosting that lingered in her mouth and throat made her desperate to ask for some kind of drink, but she dared not ask for one. Ashley looked down at the bottle, unsure of the best way to carry it. The bottle was slightly too large for her to hold in just one hand, and grasping it in front of her with two hands felt awkward. The bottle wasn't heavy, but Ashley's confidence in her ability to carry the bottle without dropping it was less than perfect. Should she cradle it under her arm protectively? No, that seemed like it put her at a greater risk of fumbling the bottle. The crook of her elbow wasn't as dexterous as her fingertips. She settled for carrying the bottle with one hand placed under the bottom to hold the weight, and the other hand wrapped around the neck to steady it. Ashley walked slowly with the bottle as she ascended the stairs. Maddie hadn't told her that the liquid was volatile, and the bottle was hermetically sealed, so there was zero chance of anything spilling out. But that didn't change the sense of trepidation Ashley felt. Armed with the knowledge that there were potentially thousands of lives at stake, she cringed every time she saw the liquid sloshing inside the bottle, leaping up and lapping at the edge of the seal. Ashley realized her arms were shaking and pressed the bottle against her chest, hoping to steady it. As Ashley's hand shook nervously with the bottle held against her chest, she wondered if the large amount of sugar she had just forced down her throat had something to do with the shaking. It was more likely that her shaking was the result of being told that thousands of lives could be lost if she dropped the bottle. Still, the lingering taste of the pastry in her mouth didn't help. Ashley silently lamented the fact that she had been forced to consume the lamington so abruptly. Lamingtons were a treat to be savoured, not shoved into one's mouth in a moment of panic. She hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy it. It was hard to simultaneously feel the pleasure of a tasty treat and the panic of being caught. Whatever the outcome of this errand, she had wasted a wonderful pastry. Several agonizing minutes later, Ashley arrived at the top of the stairs and spotted Che standing at the handrail. As she walked up, Che turned to face her and she presented him with the bottle. Ashley cleared her throat of any lingering stickiness before speaking. Maddie said you needed this. Ah, good, said Che. I was running low. Ashley gasped with relief as Che took the bottle from her and started taking deep, labored breaths, suddenly becoming aware of how high her heart rate was. Che popped open the seal on the bottle and splashed some of it onto a rag. Several drops dripped onto the floor and Ashley let out a terrified squeak. Something wrong? Said Che. Maddie said that thousands of lives could be destroyed by what's in that bottle. Well, that's the idea, said Che, as he folded the rag and ran it along the railing that overlooked the cafe's ground level. This is supposed to kill 99.9% of all bacteria. That still leaves hundreds of bacteria, but I try not to think too hard about that part. Ashley's jaw dropped. It's disinfectant? Yeah, said Che. Why, did Maddie not tell you? Ashley's shoulders slumped in a mix of relief and exasperation. She only told me that it could kill thousands. And you didn't ask what she meant by that? No, said Ashley. I was preoccupied. Huh, said Che. He turned his attention back to the railing, inspecting it for a moment, before continuing to wipe it. Ashley turned to head back downstairs. By the way, Ashley. Ashley turned to face Che. He reached out and placed a finger on her shirt, wiping off a bit of frosting. He raised it to his finger and smelled it. Chocolate? He said. Yes, said Ashley. One of Maddie's lamingtons? Yes, said Ashley. Che nodded and licked the frosting off his finger. Gross. Go downstairs and bring one up for me too, will you? Amazing. Alright, that's another one. Oh, the Fisherman 2! Oh, fuck. Okay. This is at least another probably like 15 minutes of reading here. With the Fisherman 2. Jack! Back to continue the story of Jack. The expression on Jack's face was expectant when Maddie came out of the kitchen carrying his plate. Expectant, but not impatient. The expression fit his posture, sitting upright with hands folded and resting in front of him. Your halibut's ready. Jack's eyebrows raised when Maddie set the plate down in front of him. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin just a tad, allowing the scent of grilled fish to waft into his nostrils as he drank in the odor. As several moments passed, a smile crawled onto his face and he grabbed a fork and began cutting the halibut up. He was several mouthfuls in when Maddie spoke up. "I thought you said you weren't going to eat it," she said. "Couldn't help myself," said Jack. "It smelled too good to not give it a taste and tasted too good to stop." "I couldn't help but notice the hesitation," said Maddie. Jack held up the fork, which had a piece of the fish speared on it. "You know, a fish like this, you never know what kind of memories it's going to bring up. Not all memories are good, but this fish, it tastes like adventure, conquest. You fish much?" "You could say that," said Jack with a grin. "I made it out on the water several days each year." "Catch any big ones?" "Lots, I'm sure," said Jack, "but I'm more of a quantity over size kind of person. The most important weight is your tally at the end of the day. I'm not the patient kind of fisherman." "Where'd you learn to be so patient, if not from fishing?" "Fishing's the only time I'm not a patient man," said Jack. "Funny," said Maddie. "I tend to hear the opposite from a lot of people." "I take really long vacations," said Jack. "That's when you fish?" "That's when I don't fish," said Jack. "Ah, you're a fish tradesman. Better known as a fisherman," said Jack. "But yeah." "You could have led with that, you know," said Maddie. "Didn't I?" said Jack. "Well, like I said, I don't get out on the water very often." "And yet it's your profession," said Maddie. "I think that would mean more days on the water." "Such is life in Alaska," he said. "Fishing season gets shorter every year." "Ah, of course," said Maddie. "Halibut is seasonal. You can only catch them when they migrate. Is that it?" "It's the kind of business that's only open a few days out of the year, thanks to Mother Nature." "Thanks to the government," said Jack. "In 1970, halibut season was 150 days long. Then it got shortened to 100 days. You only work 100 days out of the year?" "No, ma'am," said Jack. 100-day halibut season was before my time. By the time I found myself on that side of the Pacific, they were down to fishing derbies. Actually, that's what got me out there. Derbies? All the fish you can catch for 24 hours. They're spaced out. Fishing season is just a few days a year now. Can you make a living doing that?" "You can catch a lot of fish in one day," said Jack. "That's why they had to shorten the season. It doesn't take very many skiffs on the water before you have a problem with overfishing. I was sold on the promise of working for several days out of the year and being able to come back home and live the good life the 360 days out of the year that I didn't have to work." He grinned in a way that suggested he wanted Maddie to prompt further. "Did Alaska deliver on that promise?" said Maddie. "Is America truly a land where the streets are paved with gold?" "The streets aren't paved with gold, even though I'm told there's black gold to be found in Alaska. But yes, Alaska did deliver what was promised. I worked several derbies a year and I made enough to live pretty well. I just skipped the part where I was supposed to come back home." "What's the matter?" said Maddie. "Didn't want to sail back to Australia? Afraid of getting seasick?" "No, ma'am," said Jack, apparently missing her joke. "You met someone who convinced you to stay?" "A few someone," said Jack. "You spend some time working a skiff with someone. That's the kind of bond you don't find easily, and it's not the kind of thing you give up easily." "That kind of bond, working only a few days out of the year?" said Maddie. "It's intense," said Jack. "It's like being in the line of duty. It's a little like going to war. War against the fishes? War against the sea," said Jack. "When it's all you can catch for 24 hours, you don't have time to be safe. When the day arrives, you're out in the water no matter the weather. And those skiffs are not large boats. For every 1,000 fishermen that go out, 997 come back. Firefighters have better odds than that. Soldiers have better odds than that. So yes, it is a bit like going to war." He looked down at the fish in front of him for a moment. "There were some times I could swear I could smell death on the water. And every time you pulled up to the shore with a boat full of fish and the same number of men you left with, was a giant middle finger to death's face." He broke into a grin. "In those moments, you never feel more at home. And when you have that kind of experience with someone, you don't fuck off to spend the year in Australia, you know?" He tapped his chest. "I'm one of them now." Jack looked around, and Maddie realized it was the first moment she'd seen Jack really take notice of the space he was in. His eyes squinted as they scanned the shelves behind her and the people at the tables around him. But I ended up here. I think I always knew I would be here sooner or later. Wow. Cool. I'm gonna get a drink. This fucking dries my lips up. You know, wet those lips. What's in the menu? Alright, billiards. There's gonna be a second character we learn about through the novel style. Brad. So we have Jack, now we're gonna learn about Brad. Brad took a sip from his beer. Braised short rib. Wow. It's fancier than I was expecting, not gonna lie. It was non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He leaned over the table and lined up his next shot. He eyed the problematic 9-ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to bank it in, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set it up. If he had an audience, he'd go for the bank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine. But today, there was no one to impress, no audience for flashy low percentage shots. He took the shots on the 11 and 12, and 3 shots later sunk the 9. An easy shot on the 8 sealed the deal. Brad scanned the table. 4 solid balls remained. A dismal performance on his part. Or a stellar performance on the part of the stripes player. That was the problem with playing against yourself. You always won, but you always lost too. Brad chugged the remainder of his beer and added it to his collection of empties, which now stood 5 bottles strong. He took a moment to survey the room. His table was the only one of the 4 that was in use. That didn't come as any surprise to him. It was early in the evening and he had grown accustomed to spending time alone in this room. He knew when he could come here to be alone, and when the other sharks showed up. Brad grabbed the triangle. It was looped around his collection of beer bottles to set the balls in order for another round. Someone came up the stairs and Brad looked up briefly, long enough to see a woman who he recognized as the dour-faced barkeep who had served him the beers that had kept him company for the past hour or 2. Several steps behind the woman, he saw an older-looking man. The man stopped in front of the table opposite Brad's and began chalking up his cue. Brad directed his attention to the man. He usually offered people a game when they came up, but the man seemed prepared to keep to himself, so Brad said nothing and tried to focus on his own table. He set up to break, and the older man coughed as he shot. He hit the cue ball just a fraction of a degree off. It bounced off the rack into one of the side pockets as the rest of the balls jostled around the table. Stink! Brad didn't swear when playing pool. His earliest experiences with competitive billiards had been in an environment that forbade obscenities and issued foul penalties every time he let out an involuntary shit or fuck. He'd had to find cleaner substitutes. Break came the sound from the old man's table. 2, 3, 4. Brad put down his break cue and picked up the leather-tipped cue that was leaning against the table. 5, 6. Brad chalked his cue, trying to avoid the tilt from his bad break. 7, 8. He lined up to shoot and realized that the man was already fishing his balls out of the pockets and collecting them in the triangle. Brad did a double take. Had the man sunk the 8 ball after 8 strokes, including break? Brad continued playing his own table, but kept an eye on the older man this time. It happened again. Break. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A perfect clean sweep. As the old man began clearing the table, Brad walked over. "Excuse me," he said, "but I couldn't help but notice you just hit 2 perfect games." "What's that?" The man turned to Brad, squinting at him. Brad repeated himself, a bit louder this time. "I was just complimenting you on your 2 perfect games. Impressive stuff." The man heaved his shoulders. "Sometimes you get a bit of luck on your side." "Still," said Brad, "you don't see novices hitting 2 consecutive perfect games." The man offered another ineffectual shrug. "Do you, want to play a game?" Brad gestured to his own table, which was already set up. Most of the people who come around here tend to be novices. I've been itching for a bit of competition. Brad paused, but the man said nothing. Of course, if you'd prefer to play your own table, I don't mean to intrude. We can play, said the man. Though, if I can shoot perfect a third time, you won't get to. I'd be impressed if you could pull that off, said Brad. The older man racked the balls and stepped away from the table to let Brad break. Brad leaned over the table and took several practice strokes before finally connecting with the cue ball. The break was weaker than he had expected, but he managed to sink one ball. He looked at the table annoyed and realized that he hadn't bothered to check if the rack was frozen before he broke. His next shot was a straight into the middle pocket. He briefly visualized the trajectory of the cue ball in his mind. It would easily knock the 6 ball in, then bounce towards the front of the table. Brad wasn't confident of where exactly the ball would stop, but he was confident he'd be able to do something with it. He took the shot, and the 6 ball went in. Solids. After the cue ball settled, found himself with no good options. Brad smiled. Making something out of nothing was his specialty, and after a few moments of eyeing different angles, he settled on a shot toward one of the bottom pockets. A striped ball was in the way, so Brad hit the cue ball several degrees to the side, curving its trajectory around the enemy ball. It hit the solid 3 ball, and the shot was made. Brad looked at the man, hoping for some kind of reaction. The man's mouth remained a flat line, but his eyebrows arched. If anything, the man's lack of obvious expression struck him as a deliberate attempt to not show a response. That he had managed to get a slight rise out of the old man felt like a sweet victory. Brad made his next shot quickly, an easy straight-in shot on the 2 ball, made without thinking about where the cue ball would land. That was a problem for future Brad. But several seconds later, present Brad found himself scolding past Brad for putting him in such a foul position. He was corner hooked. With the cue ball trapped next to the corner pocket, the only angles available to Brad existed in a 60-degree arc. He surveyed his limited options and breathed a sigh of relief as a relatively straightforward bank shot presented itself. It was an awkward angle, but he knew he could coax the 3 ball into the opposite corner pocket. He took the shot, watching as the 3 ball rolled compliantly into its designated pocket. Unfortunately, the cue ball went with it, ending Brad's turn and placing the ball in the man's possession. Ah, stink. Brad could have sworn the man winked at him as he fished the cue ball out and lined up a simple shot on a side pocket. The 9 went in, then the 11 and the 12. Brad found himself taking it for granted that each striped ball would enter its designated pocket, and instead focused on the cue ball. Somehow, the cue ball always wound up in a position that presented the oldster with the ideal chip shot. Ball after ball fell off the bed, until finally only the black 8 ball and Brad's solids remained. Fortunately for Brad, the 8 ball and the cue ball were at opposite ends of the table, with several of Brad's in between. The man eventually gave up and settled for a defensive shot that put the cue ball behind the 8. Now the tables were turned. Brad was the one cut off from his balls. He lived for shots like this. He took the shot. The cue ball hit the 8, and the 8 hit the 1, and the 1 hit the 7, bouncing against the front of the table and into one of the side pockets. Brad could not help his smile. Things couldn't have gone better if he had planned them. Instinct and muscle memory did what his calculating mind couldn't. Now that the table was conveniently free of striped balls, Brad had no trouble sinking the remaining consecutive shots he needed to close out the game. As Brad lined up the final shot on the 8 ball, he studied the older guy. If the man was reacting, he couldn't tell. Brad closed his eyes as he completed the final stroke, as he always did. He wasn't really religious. He'd stopped going to church with his mum when he was 12, but it always felt right to leave the result of the game to God. Damn, said the old man, as the 8 ball fell into its pocket. Brad flinched. He'd been hoping for some praise from the man for winning the game. Perhaps a damn was all that the man was prepared to offer. Excuse me, said Brad, but I don't think we bothered to exchange names. I'm Brad. Thomas. The old man extended a hand. I've got to say, said Brad, you're quite a player. I take it you're not from around here? No, said the man. I grew up in Brisbane, retired in Sydney. I'm just passing through. Brad nodded. I figured. I actually grew up in this neighborhood. Played on tables just like these when I was a kid, so I know most of the folks on the local competitive circuit. I guess someone like you would have to play competitively, huh? You don't just pick up skills like that in a tiny pond. You'd be surprised, said Thomas. A man can accomplish quite a bit when given enough idle time. But you have played competitively, said Brad. I used to, yes, said Thomas. I actually formally retired many years ago, but kept a table at home for practice to keep my mind sharp. Where did you compete? Oh, I toured in England. Wait, said Brad. You were a pro? A pro makes a salary, said Thomas. I won enough to cover my travel expenses and to make up for the time I spent not working a real job. Brad couldn't hide his excitement. Wait, you said England. Did you ever play in the World Billiards Championship? Yep, said the old man. I played the WBC for a few years, but eventually I decided the title was a summit I'd never reach, so I quit. Wait, said Brad again. You said your name was Thomas. Are you Thomas Walsh? Indeed I am, said Thomas. You're a legend. I think you might be overstating it, said Thomas. Even when I was at my prime, I wasn't the best. Results speak for themselves. Nah, fuck that, said Brad. You were a finalist for 6 years running. Nobody's ever been that consistent. Even the best pros who managed to run hot burn out after more than 2 or 3 years. Thomas sipped his beer. I spent hundreds of hours watching your videos, said Brad. I didn't realize there were videos of me, said Thomas. I have tapes of the finals from 1967 and 68, said Brad. They didn't record them before that, but your last 2 years got recorded for posterity. They're kind of rarities at this point, but I had a coach who had a vault of old footage. Coach? Thomas arched an eyebrow. Yeah, said Brad. You didn't have a coach? Thomas shook his head. We mostly just taught ourselves and each other. Sometimes you gotta practice with people better than you, but that was it. Well, I mostly taught myself, said Brad. But after I started winning some regionals, I joined a team so that I could get sponsored and have a group to train with. Interesting. Brad waited for Thomas to question further, but no question came, so he decided to continue without an invitation. I won the WBC in 2012. No luck since then, I take it, said Thomas. Brad stammered out, well, yeah. He laughed, awkward. I've never been a consistent player. Not like you anyway. He offered a sheepish grin. My mum had an album full of article clippings talking about me like I was some kind of prodigy. The next big thing. Now it feels like I'll forever be a footnote in history. Brad waited for the words of affirmation to come from his hero. Thomas just took another drink from his glass, finishing it off before setting it down next to Brad's empty bottles. Said Brad, feeling foolish. Can I get you a drink in exchange for another game? It would be a real pleasure. Sure, said Thomas. Get me a Guinness. Actually, make it 2. Brad sprinted down the stairs and returned several later with a tray bearing 2 pints of Guinness. Thomas began setting up the table for the next game, Brad hovering over him. You know, said Brad, this place is pretty magical. Getting to play a game of pool like this? He wasn't quite sure how to say it, but figured Thomas knew what he was getting at. I mean, this is a sort of place where anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? Not anything, said Thomas. There are limits. Well, yeah, said Brad. But still, 2 former champs, one coming back from beyond the grave, so to speak. That's not the kind of encounter you'd expect to have anywhere else. Thomas looked at him. Magical indeed. When I walked up here, I didn't realize that you were, he rubbed his chin. Let's just say that I don't meet a lot of pool pros at bars. He took a sip of his beer. You want a break? Sure. Brad broke, and with hands guided by instinct, managed to sink 5 balls consecutively. Like magic, his shots always connected. Some people might buckle under pressure, but Brad's performance always seemed to rise to the occasion. With just 2 striped balls left, Brad knew he was on a streak, but as he lined up his next shot, he took a moment to consider the position of the 8 ball. It was nestled in an awkward position behind Thomas's balls, but if he could clear a path to it while sinking the last stripe... Brad looked at the sea of balls, and knew there was no way for him to mentally calculate every vector, but instinct had gotten him this far, and he wasn't about to stop listening to it now. Brad took the shot, and the cue ball knocked the last striped ball into the corner pocket. Then the cue ball bounced off the table, back toward Thomas's cluster of balls. Brad grinned in elation as the cue ball hit a solid, which hit another, and another in a chain reaction that sent the 8 ball heading right towards the corner, just like he had wanted. It was headed right toward the corner, where there were no balls to intercept it. It was headed right toward the corner, into the pocket. He stopped grinning. Brad knew with a growing dread that the friction of the cloth wouldn't be enough to stop the ball in time. He watched the impending disaster happen in slow motion, powerless to stop it. The game had been going so well. He'd been about to hit a perfect game in front of his childhood hero, and now he was going to lose it in the most inglorious way imaginable. An accidental, illegal combination shot. Brad closed his eyes, but not even God could help him now. He didn't need to see it. The sound of the ball plunking into the pocket was enough. He'd lost the game. Fuck me, that was long. Alright. I actually don't know how to continue the game here. Oh, I can go downstairs now. They were locked off before. Oh, doodle time. Enter doodle mode? Yes. What the hell is doodle mode? Ugh. In doodle mode, you can draw a face for each ashling. Whenever an ashling appears throughout the game, you'll be able to see your artistic masterpiece. Oh! I can give a face to Lovelace. Oh, how do I draw him? I feel like I feel like Lovelace is a sad little milk carton. With a beard and bit of a moustache. There we go. Fuck off, Gex. How do I draw another one now? Save? Yes. Kepler. What can Kepler look like? A big goon sack. Ah, easy. Pumpkin's in this game? She is now. This is a goon sack. So I thought of alcoholic. And this is the only choice, really. Save that one. I got one more. So I've got the sad milk carton. Got pumpkin. The goon sack. Now we got an upside down glass bottle. I don't know what to do with this one. No. It's a bit framey. Don't know why. Not too sure for this one. Give me a self-insert. The noise is killing you? I'll mute it while I draw. Like nails on a chalkboard. If you mute it, you have to make that noise with your mouth. Okay. There we go. That's a self-insert. That's me. It's a self-portrait. I'm in the game now. But you could draw outside the box a little bit. Sweet. That's pretty spot on, right? That's me. Perfect. Save. Wait, you actually like the sounds of nails on a chalkboard, Pumpkin? Or just this specific... That actually looks like me, not gonna lie. There we go. There's our lineup. That's the most gameplay that's in this game. Put me back upstairs. Oh, I've already read all of these. Okay, good. don't mind nails on a chalkboard. I used to be the arsehole kid who did it in class. Oh my god. Like, I can feel it in my nails. Like, just thinking about it. I hate, like, ugh. Nah. The sound's not as bad. Like, doing it yourself, that feeling, I hate it. What's my thoughts on the art style? I mean, like, it feels... I don't know, it's kind of like a trashy PS2 game is the best way I could describe it. That's good, I love it. It's fucking sick. But look at this PS2 shit. Lead artist now working on another game called Hindsight. Hindsight game. Point and click adventure. Published by Annapurna Interactive. Those fuckers are everywhere now. They're publishing everything. Yeah, this looks cool. It looks pretty different. The style. This style reminds me more of like Donut County or something. Day 2, 12 PM, the terminal. Whoa. Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours on Earth sleeping. Sleeping. Whoever said, I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead, probably had a different idea of how things would play out after death. Man, I was hoping that I was having a really long, weird dream. Heh. Sorry, no such luck. Luck. Some more pedantic magical practitioners are quite bothered by flippant and colloquial use of the word luck. Che isn't one of them. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? Yeah, just something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I didn't even know you had a downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there, desperately trying to fix our debt situation. It sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly. But she's mentioned wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. Huh. And then, because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. Suplex. Ashley's small, so she has to opt for wrestling moves that control the opponent's weight instead of trying to lift them. Did she manage to? She's tiny. A couple of times. Ha! It was very humiliating. I can imagine. But, to probably answer your question, Maddie's running a gambling ring. Gambling. When you find yourself standing on the brink of death, a wager could be a chance at salvation, or the last chance to feel danger. Both of these appeal to different types of patrons. Downstairs? All by herself? It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional you mean mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh. Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. They gamble for time, among other things. Don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. Huh, I'm not. It's undignified. I mean, as long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way. Because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. And by the problem, you mean the debt, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Yes, I'm a bit worried about her. Huh, I wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. The thought's appreciated. Maddie will figure it out eventually, though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. Heh, how'd you expect to pay for them? Oh, right. Yep, no cash. If I were feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time. Capricious? But you're a nice kid, and you need every minute you've got. You want to head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm also not going to stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on then, I'll stick around up here. Catch you in a bit. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well worn, with smooth ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen through years of use. Kashan had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and had found them to be a good place to catch a breather. He wasn't obsessed with them. That'd be weird. But he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. Blood. Even the dead find blood sports compelling. From you to me, with the understanding that your remaining moments on this plane are limited, you surrender this time freely, without coercion, as agreed. Contract fulfilled. You're free to go. Contract. Everything comes at a price. Nothing risked, nothing gained. You. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? The room fell dead silent. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously, anyone? Don't hold out on me. Cough, cough. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we've come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kishan, good to see you upright. Interested in a game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Oh, sure. Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure. What's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it? Oh, finally, something I'm good at. Episode 3. Rise and Shine. You've got a lot of knives in this place. Tell me about it. Damn, this thing has good weight to it. Of course, wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. Ha. What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to segue into calling me an inferior tool. Shit, that was low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Kishan did another experimental slash, and this time it made an audible whoosh. The spectators oohed and ahed, but this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show. Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps? Psh, not a chance. Well, let's get started then. You know what you're wagering? Che mentioned something about you gambling with time. Ugh, it's not gambling if it's a game of skill, but that's beside the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. We've got around 16 hours left, in case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yes. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours. Yep, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. The crowd cheered and Sean fed off their enthusiasm. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He met her eyes, grinned, and continued his performance. His stabbing motion got faster as he went, the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs, strong enough to drive the knife a millimeter or two into the table, were good if you wanted to put on a show. And of course, giving the spectators a show was a part of the fun. You might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. How'd I do? 16 sets if I counted correctly. Whoa, I couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with. Is she gonna lose? Nah, she's gonna kick his ass. Feeling good about that result? Certainly am. Rightio then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. 16. 1. 3. 7. 11. 15. Told you, she's unbeatable. Is it magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not. She's just that good. Poor guy. He didn't know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. You beat me fair and square. I'm pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now, if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. How does this work? Just like this. You won't feel a thing. Sean felt a brief tightness in his chest. And for just a moment, the tip of Maddie's finger burned white hot. Oh look, we're inside her glasses. White hot. Can't be entropy.
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to the sweat god himself. The primordial originator. The person whose sweat
Hey,
created
Chaos, good morning.
the universe.
Did you just wake up?
Everything in existence came from his sweat. Chaos Killer 15.
Is this the knife game? Yeah. 5-finger fillet. You played this one? Dude, this one scared the shit out of me.
I'm a manhole. I feel like I was being gangbanged by Big Cock.
This game scared the shit out of me as a kid. I did it with like a pencil and still like managed to bruise my finger. Fuck that shit. I gotta pee though. Welcome on in, Chaos. Yeah, that's your real greeting. Pumpkin's here, she hits you with that. I'm gonna pee. I'll be back in a second.
Good evening. We interrupt this broadcast as we have just received some shocking footage, which we will show you now.
Chaos of Sweat? Hell yes.
As you just heard, it appears the ultimate sweat and the biggest denier of being a sweat has, out of the blue, admitted to being a sweat. We sent our reporter, on-the-field reporter, to investigate what it actually takes to be the biggest sweat. Hello. This is Jason, in the field. Well, I'm sure you heard some shocking footage has been revealed to the world. And I'm now on my quest to find out what it actually takes to become the sweatiest of sweats. I need to win back my title.
Did it 8 to 3:30 today on 2 hours of sleep because you went to bed at 12 a.m. and you couldn't get to sleep till 5 a.m. Oh, think of all those wasted hours you could have been playing League of Legends anyway. By the way, Chaos, you up for some 7 days to die tonight? It's an open invitation, by the way, MK. I know it's not like preparation, not much preparation time. Honestly, I don't think you'd like the game. But it is fun. So far what I played though, Forest is better. Forest was better. Hell yeah, I was gonna ask if you and King wanted to play League tonight, but you're too late. I mean, I don't know if King's asked. I don't know if Chalupa or Disaster are in. So if they're not, that'll be plan B. If they end up being busy. Alright, okay, soon Therms will have his own greeting from you in here too. I'm gonna Are you working on it? Gonna jump back into Valheim tonight? Try to finish that? Oh, where the fuck? I missed that. Oh shit. Alright. Dude, Valheim is fucking long too. Like, let me show you my playtime. It does have a distinct end though. But what we can do, I don't know if they changed it, but I can speed things up by bringing in shit from my other character. 95 hours. One friend playing right now. Yeah, 95 hours. I didn't play too long after finishing the game. To be fair, I restarted halfway through, and some of those hours are with you. So, and plus if we speed up some of the grinding, because my main playthrough, my one I did most of it just one other friend. We didn't cheat anything, and we did it all. With this though, and we're playing with you, like, we don't need to fucking grind iron for fucking 10 hours. Like, it's pointless. We'll just fucking bring that shit in from another server, honestly. But I think they changed how the, like, cheating items in works. I don't know if it's still easy to do. But we'll see. Hope, yeah, maybe. Let's see if King wants to jump in too. Ow! Shit! Sorry, I lied. It's done now though. You just want to actually say, hey, I finished whatever. I mean, if you like the... Did you like Valheim? Because I liked it, but fuck. Bosses are pretty fucked. One of the bosses To actually beat it just takes so many hours of getting these ingredients and then brewing them into the right thing. Unless you just keep doing death runs at it, which also works. But yeah, we'll probably just cheat some stuff and just speed it up by like 20 hours of mindless farming. Hoping Big Boss shuts down the store, then you get 2 weeks off. Or shuts it down for COVID stuff. Wait, you go back to work in 2 days, but only for a week. And then you get 2 weeks off. Shit. Nice. Just gonna actually say, hey, I finished X. Like any game you're playing with friends except the forest. I feel like you wouldn't mind the forest if you didn't play on the hardest difficulty and with the absolute sweats. Cause I played it just with one other friend, complete fuckhead. We didn't take it, like we didn't take the survival shit like super serious. We were just messing around. We still got through the whole game. We started on the hardest difficulty, and we're like, nah, fuck this. And we put it on normal, and we're just like fucking around. We're just like trying to cut trees to make them fall on each other, just having like a complete laugh, and got most of the way through the game, just fucking around, and it was really fun. You were left for dead multiple times. You had trust issues with the Sweat Squad ever since. They'll leave you behind. I feel like chaos and disaster would leave you behind. Chalupa wouldn't. Chalupa gave me, we were playing that 7 Days to Die game. He gave me like the only water he had in the game, because I was thirstier than him. Chaos was just like fucking, it tells you how far away your party members are. We're all together, and then you look at Chaos's name, and it's just like 1.5 kilometers in another fucking direction, just all on his. It didn't even feel like he was playing with us. And I try to walk to him. Motherfucker doesn't help me get to him. Keeps the number, like I'm getting closer to his number, and then it gets further away when I stop to do something. Like, fucking. And then I died to some fucking bird. Alright. Does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge, even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you to get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs, and I got bored. Right. So, you took some hours from Kashan, huh? Yes, I did. Do you feel good about that? Che, do you? I won them fair and square. He didn't know what he was getting into. There's an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploiting. Power imbalance. Che isn't one to let you forget the responsibilities that come with power. He knew the rules. That doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he'd get some extra time. Maddie knows firsthand how seductive the promise of extra time can be. And, barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen. It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference. Kabedo. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passes through out of their time. We're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Don't pout. This is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this. But while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. You mainly play games by yourself, so running off by yourself isn't too uncommon. Yeah, I worked it out playing League with you. You fucking mid lane. Fucking never see you. Literally never. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest. But this really, truly is not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with hours just cheapens that. I'll give the hours back. Shame. I was pretty great with the knife. Still not as good as me. I was pretty close. And that's episode 3 done. Oh, look, my faces are here. It's Pumpkin. Lovelace. Yes? What form did you have before being reborn? I think I was a crab. Look. That is so me. I nailed my fucking face. That could not look more like me, I don't think. Come on, I'm being serious. Ashley wouldn't harvest spirit liquid from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I lived above streets, next to the sky. So, a bird then? Wings and feathers and such? No, not that. I do remember flying though. Oh, were you a sugar glider? Describe. Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you then. Bless me, thank you. Could have been anything really. You mentioned bright lights earlier. Oof. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so whether you like it or not. Shut up. I'm still adjusting. Oh, do we get to explore downstairs now? I wonder if Brad or Jack did the gambling thing. What are you doing, Mitz? Okay. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. Studio mode is now available. You can now speak to Kishan to access studio mode. What is studio mode? Oh, Beth, we got a new character. Alright, let's read Beth first, I think. I'll wet my lips, lubricate my throat. Ah. Here we go. Let's go, little girl. The man's... I just drank. Again. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hands, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish this one quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind him wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. Beth felt her palm getting sweaty and loosened her grip on the knife around. I only have 2 fingers to fuck you off with. Right hand, sliding her thumb along the guard to reassure herself that it's a shape that hadn't changed since the moment she'd picked it up. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I'm just a little girl. Well, as little as any 15-year-old girl could be. Can do, said the man, and he drew his knife up for an overhead swing. The man's movement suggested that he didn't know how to use a knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing a fist, like he was trying to bludgeon her with it, like he'd never really used a knife before. He was stupid. Mercifully stupid. She tried to reassure herself of that fact, trying not to lose her resolve. He lunged towards her as he brought the knife down, and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose his grip on the knife. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm and pulled him towards her while thrusting her own knife toward him at chest level. She drove the knife into the man's chest with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released her grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand to his chest, moaning, "Son of a..." "You doing okay down there?" said Beth. The man sat up and patted his chest. "I didn't expect to lose to a girl?" "No," said the man. "Well, that too. But I didn't expect it to hurt this much." "These rubber practice knives are no joke," said Beth. "If I'd stabbed any harder, I might have broken a rib." The man stood up. "Got a name, girl?" "You can call me Beth," she said, extending her hand. He shook it with a look of hesitation. "I'm Kyle." "I've got to say, Beth, that was kind of a cheap trick." "How do you mean?" said Beth. "I mean, the way you blocked my knife with your arm. It just bounced right off. You couldn't do that if we were using real knives." "He's right," said one of the spectators. "Not really a fair fight with rubber knives." "I'd like a rematch," said Kyle. "Yeah," said one of the spectators. "Rematch." I'll abandon myself. The fuck? Oh. Hey, Pumpkin. Almost unbanned him. I was like, what the wait, why? The others began chanting along with him. "Rematch, rematch, rematch." A voice thundered from above. "I thought I told you guys to keep it down." Everyone spun around to face the stairs leading up to the ground floor. Maddie was leaning over the railing of the staircase with a stern look on her face. She tapped a poster on the wall. Beth took a moment to glance at the sign. Fight Club rules. 1. Don't quote Tyler Durden. 2. Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. 3. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. 4. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise to a reasonable level. "We don't have many rules here," said Maddie. "Please don't make me kick you out of the basement." Everyone else in the room cast their gaze downward, looking ashamed, with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, content that she had made her point. "Seriously though," said Kyle, "not really a fair fight without real knives." Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. "Where'd you get these?" asked Kyle. "I swiped them from upstairs," said Beth. "Look back up your game for a second and they came through." "Are you playing No Man's Sky right now? You're fucking hooked." "They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it's a cooked steak or a human arm." Beth held one of the steak knives by the blade, presenting its handle to Kyle. "We've already broken one rule tonight. How about breaking another one?" "I won't get hurt," said Kyle. "I mean, I can still feel the pain, but, you know, I'm not afraid of getting stabbed." "Neither am I," said Beth. "But don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed." She turned the knife over in her hands, pressing her thumb against the tip, just enough to draw a single drop of blood. "Maybe. You figured out the best things to farm for the dollars." Oh god. So he's found the fucking No Man's Sky equivalent of just digging in a straight fucking line underground in Minecraft. Kyle grinned. "Do I look like I would be here if I was afraid to die?" That's the end of that one. Okay, Beth. Fucking 15-year-old. Ashley's journal too. Battle Royale Robots Power Rankings. Alpha Charlie Echo. All of the commentators call this robot Ace, probably because it's so good. It seems biased for them to call one particular robot Ace, but it's obvious how it got this name when it wins all of the time. At first, it looks like this bot doesn't have a weapon, and it's just designed to be really fast and agile. Be right back, no worries, dude. Then you realize that its entire body is a weapon for ramming into unsuspecting people. This would be a great tactic if you got into a fight when you didn't have a weapon. You don't need a flamethrower or a buzzsaw if you just have a 150 kilogram body and can ram into people really fast. This probably wouldn't work very well for me because I don't weigh 150 kilo and I'm pretty small, but that isn't a problem since I usually carry things that can be used as weapons. Like I could carry a crowbar, and then if someone tried to attack me, I could take the L end and jam the crowbar under their feet, and then pull it up and use it to knock them off balance, even though I'm probably smaller than most people. I'm not sure why it's called Alpha Charlie Echo. I assumed it was a remake, or made in the style of a bot called Alpha Charlie, but there aren't any other bots by that name. The team that made it are all rookies. Also, none of them are named Charlie. Maybe it's named after someone's dad or brother? Their next robot will probably be called Beta Charlie Echo, or maybe Alpha version 2 Charlie Echo, or Final 2 Charlie Echo. Dork. Chlorine, but there's also different pearls, storm crystals, stuff like that that are good to farm. Is it fun though? Is it fun to farm? What do you farm it for? You have to buy a spaceship. Enter studio mode. I have no idea what studio mode is. Can you take pictures of the characters or something? Can you pose them? Oh wow, you can. It's like a photo booth. Yeah, you want to buy a pretty ship. I see. Whoa, it's fucking character spoilers. Whoops. Yeah, okay. I don't fucking need this studio mode shit. Let's get out of here. It's a better way to get money. Rob you? Your ship is worth quite a bit. Was that just waiting for fucking... It's the best way to just sit at the space station and wait for a good ship to come by. Steal it. And then sell the ship. Got lucky and it came in while you were buying stuff, so you didn't even need to wait. Yeah, but see, Pumpkin likes mindless, pointless things that you have to repeat over and over. Did you ever see her fucking tunnels? In, Minecraft? It's ridiculous. Day 2, 5 p.m. outside the terminal. You right? Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Durry? Hmm? You want a durry? I'm sorry, Durry. Coffin nail. Cigarette. Do you want to smoke or nah? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. Exposing you. You've exposed yourself. You didn't? Oh my god, it was ridiculous. Thanks. No worries. Where are you from then? Heh. You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Collingwood? Where else can you find an active nightlife scene amid active factories, shots, and apartments built all during the 1800s? Oh yeah? Whereabouts? Smith Street. Bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your avo toast. Ha. Piss off. I've got housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd, being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. Ned certainly knows what it's like to get used to being dead. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah. Right. Hey, what's avo toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you go out and just eat some? I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Avocados are a highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. Plus, I've got this whole situation. Oh, so that's what the straw was for. You got it. So what does it taste like? I don't know. Like avocado and toasted bread? Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Like peas? Heh, definitely better than mushy peas. Love me a bowl of peas, mate. One famous Australian outlaw requested peas with a bottle of wine for his last meal before he was hanged. Dari, you've only heard that word at work? Oh, yeah. There are too many fucking slang words for cigarettes. What? Because they're the only thing you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself. Hehehe. Gonna zap me with your death council powers? First off, it's the Council of Death, not a death council. They're totally different things. Secondly, you really think that's what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah. We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly is all. Harassing cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fucking ironic as that sounds, yeah. Ned keeps the peace. Dude, I know. Want another? Sure. I love the sunrises here. They're alright. You watch many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. Liminal space tends to draw liminal people. Yuck, cigarettes. I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden? No, I still feel like shit. Cigarettes are not as gross if you're the one putting them in your mouth. Ha. How about you, Kishan? Kishan? I don't feel great. I'm still having a lot of trouble, You guys, I'm dead, and I've only got a couple hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really properly understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea of what comes next, and that is really fucking terrifying. And I'm never going to see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. I'm just going to pass on, and I'll never know how they'll remember me, or mourn me, or if I'm even going to be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year. But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a friggin' game of five-finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that's basically sits on the banks of the Styx, as far as I can tell. God, I can't even tell if that matters. Were the stakes low? High? I can't tell, I'm so disoriented, and I'm trying to desperately feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it. Say the same thing about yeah, fair cop. I actually came out to apologize for that. The game. Oh, for God's sakes, Maddie, have you been gambling again? Can it, Ned? Kishan, I shouldn't have taken that time from you. You took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did, so I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I don't usually do this. What's different this time? That's my business. I can't believe you're still swindling people out of hours to try and fix your debt. Dude, I know. It's bloody undignified. And it's a clear violation of the rules. I will banish you right now, my man. I thought you'd stop pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Che. You really think doing this is going to help you pay this debt? Yes, absolutely. And if you've got any bright ideas on how to do it, otherwise, I'm all ears. We should have never granted you and Che those licenses to practice. The actions of reckless necromancers make a pretty good case for the importance of occupational licensing. Never had a cigarette, but I've smelled them enough to never try. I get it. I completely get it. Cigarettes fucking stink, and I don't smoke them myself because they fucking stink. But at the right time, in the right moment, when you're fucking buzzed enough, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. You've obviously failed to be responsible with them. You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. That's all behind me and you know it. I've been working on doing some good for the last 100 years. With the council? Really? Yes, we maintain the balance. You know why that's important. Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me from your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys, but I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Sean. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all of this. I've never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the lands for decades, evading the council. That's a crime they call revenancy. Staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place, or some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. The next place. Ned may have forgotten about some of the sins of his past, but he's pretty sure he wouldn't be going to heaven. Sorry, that's all stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, I'm just filling up empty air. You should head inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of her rope, and you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you. You think so? Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems to like you, yeah? I guess. She kinda just dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on, go inside and say hi. I got some business to go stick my nose into anyway. Alright, catch you in a bit. I've got some questions about the council. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. Hey. Yo. Do you want those hours back? I guess so. It's only 4 hours. I don't think it will make much difference. If it's okay, I prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around. Just Ashley? And me too, I guess. You seem pretty reluctant to admit that. Don't psychoanalyze me. Sit still for a minute. Alright, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist. Is this a part of your ritual or just an excuse to hold hands? Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the regents required, and you probably don't care about that. True. Alright, yep. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below. I maintain the balance. Ow. I maintain the balance. That's it. How do you feel? I actually feel better. I feel less itchy. Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right, yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it? The Council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us. It's fascinating. Tell me about it. I'd have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. They don't seem so bad to me. That's because you've not run into any of their ridiculous rules. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating, like life force, and certain standards on the treatments of spirits. Is that why you gave me the hours back? Because Ned realized you broke the rules? No, that was all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad, that's all. Oh, neat. So you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No, dude, it's not like that at all. Nah, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on. Fine, sure. I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got to serve this customer. I'll help. Really? It's probably not a two-person job. Sometimes, 2 people working on a task will be less efficient than 1. Sometimes, Kishan doesn't care. Yep. Come on. Day 2, 6 PM, the terminal. Phew. Anything else that needs doing? Nah. I'm gonna take this tray of glasses into the kitchen. You can go chill for a bit. I'll take them. You need a break. Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way. You'll find it eventually. Cool. Back in a minute. Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Rook and Castle both offer protection for the defending team, but Rook seems to be more popular. Nothing. Yeah? What's this then? Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own... Hubri? No, it was just a pawn. And maybe a little Hubri. When Chase sees Ashley thriving, it's hard for him to feel like he's doing the wrong thing. Maybe that makes him overconfident. Maybe it makes him just the right of confident. Bishop. Knight. Ah! Your other castle and check. Check, you say? Oh, I didn't think of that. You activated my trap card. Oh, hey, Maddie, come check this out. Heh. I tricked him into a false sense of security. Oh man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard? Yes, I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real hubris... Well, how the fuck do you say this word? Was inside me all along.
Hubris. Hubris.
Hubris. Excessive pride or self-confidence. Hubris. Okay. Now we know. Now I know. I friggin' love winning. Did you just use Google to find out how to pronounce hubris? Yeah, I did. You got a problem? Got a problem, mate? A chance win at chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know? You want to play something with us? I should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they'll know where to find you. How about I grab us all a drink? Make sure there's nobody waiting down there. Then we play something. Won't be 5 minutes. You actually gonna come back this time? That's Kazoo. That's Kazoo. You never come back. That's Kazoo. That's even more Kazoo. I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out a game while I'm gone? Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today? Something. Something with lots of dice. The past tense of die is died. The plural of die is dice. Dice it is. We'll see you in a minute, Maddie. Day 2, 6:15 p.m. Ashley's workshop. And that's why the 4th season of Row Battle Royale was an absolute betrayal. But you still want to be on it one day? Well, yeah. Unless an indie circuit opens up, like in wrestling. Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that. You could probably put your own local league together if you worked really hard. Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them. Human-controlled bots are boring, though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashling. Veteran necromancers will advise that spirit juice is not something to play around with. Masters know that playing around is the best way to learn. The answer to the question in Discord is yes. That was quick. I was just joking. There's multiple quotes here that have just summed people up. Like the coffee one for pumpkin. And then this one was like, the character's like, I'll be right back. I promise. And she's like, well, you really? You never come back. I'll be back in 5 minutes. But you never come back in 5 minutes. I was just like, oh, that's Kazoo. I didn't mean to at you, like, in a way that for you to come here straight away. You can go do whatever you were doing. That was just to save the image. How big? I think I'll start at car size, then move on to a more of a bus-adjacent form factor. I say I'll be BRB, play one game of Apex, and then get sucked into the game. There's no worries, dude. Huh. I'm not sure we have enough to power one of those. You'd have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We'd need liters of it at least. That'd be super cool. Didn't you say it was illegal though? Well, technically. What Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. He'd lose his head if we knew half the things we were doing around here. I don't know. He seems fairly lenient with you, right? He wasn't always like that. A long time before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because Would you believe it's because I sheltered a criminal? Ned nearly shut you down because of that? Am I thinking of the same criminal you are? Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny. What sort of criminal were they? Just a minor demon on the run? Most demons aren't lucky enough to find someone as welcoming as Che, especially the ones that haven't had a chance to make a name for themselves. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. All the people you play Apex with have full teams, so I just cry playing solo. Probably should stop now before I start to hate the game. Join us on... No, don't actually. Don't play League of Legends ever. I can't imagine playing that game solo though, Apex. Or any game with the randoms. Fuck that. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door, dripping blood everywhere. Heh, that's metal. It was extremely metal. How long did you manage to hide her for? If you got into League, your life would be over. You would get too addicted. That's Chaos. He literally has no life at the moment. It's just fucking KFC chicken and League of motherfucking Legends. Like, dude doesn't even eat. Doesn't even sleep. How long did you manage to hide her for? Oh, not too long. Maybe 6 weeks? The time flew by, if I'm being honest. Why's that? Was she from the clock realm? No, nothing like that. We, bonded. Magically? How'd you do that? I thought I heard you telling Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between beings on this plane. No, not magically. We were lovers. Ew, yuck, ew, ha 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 ha. Ah, happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now, huh? Old and boring? Definitely old. Despite myself, I must say you're definitely not boring. There's that patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh yeah, charms. Hexes, curses. That's all on your account, old man. Huh, I won't deny it. Hey, Maddie. Hey, dude. Having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. I checked everywhere. She's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I told you, I checked everywhere. Nah, you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie? Ooh, we're keeping him? No, we're not keeping him. I'm gonna let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point. You feel sorry for him? Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. I like him. Do you like him because he's nice? Or because he was good at passing your tools over? Yes. Don't get too attached. He's not going to be here forever. Well, duh, I know how it works. I'm going to enjoy having him around, just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. I like that. Pretty sure I've seen that. What? Who quoted that? Ashley. That's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. As cliche as that is, I've always liked that line. I'm used to people moving on, and is the point. I can deal with it. Good. Day 2, 6:30 p.m. Oh, Ned's back. You've probably talked about playing Apex with literally everyone. Did you two never play together? Fuck. Heh. You gonna keep staring at that coffee stain or nah? Yes. Okay, whatever. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned. Yeah. I don't want to go. I know you've probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 people or whatever. It's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sounds. Like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I've spent enough time here. The cafe? No. All this, I guess you'd call it this plane? Roughly speaking, I suppose so. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah, why? Well, that's a way. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit. Half here, half gone. Jason, get Apex? I mean, I've had it downloaded, so... But I still have yet to play a first game. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that. How would you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? The crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't, Kishan. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life forces understands that, no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills. Here's the thing though, you don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety. Something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the ideas of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything. They're just dickheads. Anyway, if you can take life force from people, you can also drain it from animals or plants. But in this business, there's a lot we don't or can't understand. One of the things we can't understand, I know I just said can't and then can't, fuck off, is why life force from animals and plants is tainted. It feels gross. If it didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How are you feeling today before Maddie took the hours back? I felt like I was slipping away, like my mind was really foggy. Apex is a very tilting game. You need teammates to have fun. If you're solo, it's no fun. Everyone says League tilts people so fast, but you don't. That's Apex for you. This fucking Zed is just fucking bullshit. It's just fucking bullshit. He just jumps around. It's just fucking bullshit. Fucking get out of here. You should hear this. You should hear how many times Chaos says the word, "This is bullshit. This is bullshit." Nah, he does this. It just makes me really mad. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed though. Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. It's not League anymore, it's East. Oh, fuck you. No bullshit there. Like an engine that's running out of oil. That sounds horrifying, right? So, should I do it? Probably not. How would I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam. Just run for it. But you'd catch me. Not me personally, but yes. The council would, eventually. And that's it? That's my only option? Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice. I have no strong feelings about it, one way or another. Smartass. Heh. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on? I don't know, I guess that'd be up to me, right? How do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch in my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I'll regret, sure, but it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space, instead of outside of it, that's probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. I'm just ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. Order some food, I'll be back. We'll be back. Back. You don't have to come back. This is a very dialogue-heavy, kind of like slow-paced story game with little bullshitting conversations in between. It's no issues, dude. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage with the council, I can keep you here. You will? Okay. You can just say bye. Bye is fine too. It's not easy work though. Or you can say, might be back. See ya. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How did you learn to deal with it? Dickhead, see you in 15 minutes. Alright, start the timer. That'll make it 4 p.m. for me, so that's easy. Just took some time. I'm unmodding you if you're not back in 15 minutes. And I'm banning you if it's 16 minutes. When you're used to it, you learn not to think too hard about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out alright. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway. Maddie being one of them? Ugh, habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Che. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we've chatted a bit, but what makes him so special? He's provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who know him, who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years. No way, he's that old? He looks like 60 max. Yep, much older than that. Wild. We're getting sidetracked though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know. I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it? How much time do you have? You've been out for nearly 25 hours. Huh, you're overdue. Put it on Maddie's tab. Huh. Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever. Unlikely. If the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning, I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. Want to get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. Nah, Che told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some. And even then. So you've tried the bottled soul? Oh god. You pulling my leg? Nope. You've got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have seen it. Oh god. That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn. So, are we gonna drink it or not? Council regulations require me to confiscate it, or force the owner to dispose of it. Ned doesn't steal anymore. He just seizes assets. It's a completely different thing. We'd be doing him a favor then, I suppose. Come on, dude. Che said it'd knock you flat. When you say you, do you mean me or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. That's not technically possible. But I'll admit, my interest is piqued. Well, let's not waste any time. Smack. Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it? Basically. You in? Fine. Oh, this looks deadly. Good thing dead people can't get alcohol poisoning. Ayy. To bureaucracy. Ching. Ha. To bureaucracy. 8 p.m. now. Yo. Your order's arrived. 3 days late, mate. It got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Ah, shit. That'd explain why it's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. The wallpaper's just coffee beans. Oh, I think that's episode 4 done. The Catabasis is considered to be a vital part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point, and in the stories, they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. I don't think that's how it works in real life. The cafe has had a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned as far as I saw. The idea of Catabasis is that, in the grand scheme of things, hell, or the underworld, or Hades, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of wherever we are, like we're trapped inside the sphere, and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks ever consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time, just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective. I guess I'll ask one sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this, to pass through the firmament, to the next place, to be driftwood that washes up on the shore of whatever the next place actually is. Seems weird, but that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room, a beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment either. The world doesn't ever operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human thinking projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they can ever perceive. And I don't think that's what's waiting on the other side. And I don't think what's waiting on the other side is even something that we can conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip though. That was out of fucking character for the... They've just talked shit this whole time and then it's just like fucking smacks that. Interesting. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon, I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. Ooh, we're outside this time. You can now speak to Tuan and Hannah to experience the side story, Walking to the Sky. Okay. I'm gonna be back. I've been thinking, said Kishan. Uh-oh, said Maddie. About the people that I've left behind, said Kishan. Well, I'm not gonna see any of them again. One of them could be about to walk through that door, said Maddie. Don't taunt me with possibilities, said Kishan. You brought it up. Yeah, well, he slumped over in a funk. Death has a real finality to it, you know? Yeah, it does, said Maddie. That's death. The travel from life to death is a very one-way street for all, but a few individuals. And if you're standing here, then it's a bit late. Huh? For all but a few individuals. And if you're standing here, then it's a bit late for chest paddles. I guess I'm thinking more about the fact that I'm not going to see any of my old friends again. Not as long as they're alive anyway. I actually went to bed. Yeah, like that whole BRB screen is me sleeping on the ground in front of my green screen. I think the joke was just how long it is and how boring it is. That's the joke. I can't remember if I put an actual joke in it or not. I don't think I did. Can't remember if there's a punchline. Don't think so. That does tend to be how death works, said Maddie. I hope you're not surprised. Not surprised, said Kishan. But also, I wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't the case, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure on at least one occasion I've threatened people by saying, I will haunt you. And now that's never gonna happen. Pity, said Maddie. You could have been someone's grudge ghost film. Guess that one's confined to the annals of Japanese horror cinema. Hey, said Kishan. I was wondering, do you think there's any way for me to see what's going on at my funeral? Don't, said Maddie. Alright, said Kishan. I just thought, you know, it's kind of everyone's fantasy, right? To see what people have to say about them after they've passed. Wouldn't you want to see what's going on at your own funeral? I think it's none of your business what goes on at your funeral, said Maddie. Really? Said Kishan. I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to plan their own funerals. At least, if they go late enough that they can see it coming. You know, I'd like to have my brother deliver a eulogy. Don't let them play any Barry Manilow songs, that sort of thing. Maddie blinked. Do you have a problem with Barry Manilow? No, I have no particular opinion on the man or his music, said Kishan. but a lot of people who are old enough to be planning their own funeral do. You can make your plans, but whatever unfolds at the funeral is up to those who attend it. Kashan blinked. What about the wishes of the dead? I thought you'd have a bit more sympathy for their interests, considering how often you interact with them. I care plenty about the dead, she said. That said Maddie. You were asking about funerals. Playing what was the last thing you said at max volume hits different. Are you meaning to say that you usually don't play me at max volume? Wow, fuck you. Funerals are for the living, my friend. Kishan opened his mouth to respond, but cut himself short. I never thought about it that way. I'm not sure what to say. If you're short on words, but high on energy, you can expend some of that energy by carrying this box upstairs, said Maddie, gently kicking a large cardboard box that was resting underneath the counter. There's an alcove next to the bookshelf that would make a good home for this box. Kashan picked up the box, grateful for something to do with his hands. It was heavy enough that he had to make sure to lift with his legs and not with his back, but not so heavy that he felt out of breath by the time that he reached the top of the stairs. His breathing was heavy, but not labored. It was a good feeling. Kashan set the box down Kashan set the box down at the spot Maddie had designated and sat down for a moment, waiting for his heart rate to return to normal. It felt good to feel his heart beating inside of his chest. This is how it feels to be alive, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm gonna miss it. I know what you mean. You mean that you don't like my content or me? Looks like there's one more out here. A teenage boy approached the counter. Shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground, up until the moment he looked up to order a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with the oversized backpack he was wearing were a dead giveaway. Irrespective of his age, he was still just a kid. Can I get a Coke? An order befitting of a kid. Yeah, I think we can manage that, said Maddie. Think fast, said Che. Maddie turned around just in time to see an aluminum can hurtling towards her. She almost caught it. The can rolled back towards Clay, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated a moment before setting it down on the counter. No ice, right? Said Che. The boy nodded. No. Or, yeah. Yes to no ice. Che cracked open the can and poured it into a waiting glass, which he then slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to a rest in front of the teenage boy. The boy grabbed the glass. Thanks, he said. He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, there should be plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand. Plenty of seats down here too, said Maddie, turning to Che. Yeah, said Che. But I think upstairs is more Twan's pace. What did you just call him? Twan. Twan? How do you pronounce that name? People have names, you know. That's the problem with having regulars, said Maddie. People expect you to remember their names. Though, now that I think about it, Twan? How to pronounce the name Twan.
How do you say it? Twan. Twan. Pretty straightforward once you know. Twan. And now you know. Here. Twan. Twan. Pretty straightforward once you know. Twan. And now you know.
Thanks, buddy. Twan. So I was right. Now that I think about it, Twan. Pretty straightforward. Once you know, Twan. And now you know. Probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. Can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it. Should he be on my shit list? Said Maddie. Nah, he's harmless, said Che. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here. To meet with peers? To meet people who aren't his peers, said Che. How many glum teenagers do you see around here? Too many, said Maddie. Maybe not enough, said Che. Please tell me you don't actually mean that, said Maddie. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic. Not the glum ones, said Che. And if I were a glum teenager, trying to find my place in the world, trying to carve out an identity for myself, I can imagine a worse place to do it than right here. That's not how you that's not gloom, is it? No. Games are too much reading.
Glum.
Thank fuck. Really exposed my shitty knowledge of language. Teenagers can go be glum somewhere else, said Maddie. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency? Happy late New Year. Happy New Year to you, darkness. It's not that late. It's only January 2nd. Yeah, Happy New Year. Hope 2022 treats you well as can be. And thank you. Be careful what you wish for, said Che. We've been mercifully delinquent-free for quite a while now. Proper teen delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops, said Maddie. They set things on fire, spray paint alleyways, and stay out past curfew. Does the city have a curfew for minors? It should, said Maddie. Teens need to be able to break rules, and all the better if committing acts of vandalism at 11 PM gives them a 2-for-1. Maybe they should avoid delinquency and just stick to general mischief, said Che. Oh no, said Maddie. We already have plenty of mischief around here, ever since Ashley set up shop. Got it, said Che. Next time I see Tuan, I'll tell him he needs to be committing more crimes. What'll you do if he actually takes your advice? He won't, said Che. Peer pressure only works if it's from a peer. Someone of my age telling him he'll be cool if he starts swiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is a ticket to popularity and acceptance. So find another teenager to tell him. I'll keep my eye out, said Che. Did you do anything special to bring in the New Year, darkness? Or was it just another night for you? It's mostly just another night for me. Just spent time online with friends. Also, there's more Mario Party shenanigans happening tomorrow at the same time. Pretty much. A little bit earlier. If that was something that was actually interesting. Day 2, 8:15 PM, outside the terminal. Gah. I don't have the energy for this. Maddie's been running on empty for several days now. Especially with everyone watching me. I hope he packed enough conductors. My order form was pretty vague. I shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw-up happening. Supplier knew what I wanted the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough. And he knows that I've got Ashley helping me. Helping you with what, Madeline? Piss off, Ned. Rude. You should respect your elders, you know. Ned is not a young man, even by the standards of semi-mortals. God, listen to you. The council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. Follow all our totally arbitrary rules or we'll make up some cheap reason to destroy your business. My name's Ned, and I love rules. You done? Yep. Cool. You sound wounded. A steel chest plate can save you from a bleeding heart, but not a bruised ego. You should be nicer. Wow, sick comeback. What was it that guy you killed said? Oh Christ, I am shot. Oh no, woe is me. Just a little throwback humor for you. Did I strike a nerve? Did I just what? Maddie. When Ned spoke next, it was in a deep, dark cadence, steeped in guilt and self-loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare. We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying words at me, that was low. Even for you. Frankly, I'm disgusted. You dare to poke at my guilt? You dare? Let's talk about guilt, shall we? I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you? As I thought. They may still weigh heavily on me, but I am absolved of my sins. Some moral debts take a lifetime to work off. Ned's had more than a few lifetimes. I've had 100 years to process that, and to redeem myself throughout my actions. You? Your sins are fresh. They're lance marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Swallow your arrogance, novice. I know what you did. Maddie's sins weigh heavy on Ned's mind. They weigh even heavier on hers. And I can't wait to see how you plan to make this right. Episode 5, Rainy Moods. What the fuck did she do? Day 2, 8:30 p.m. The terminal. Tuan. Age 16. Thinks he's smart. Not antisocial, just shy. Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles on optometry and considers himself somewhat of an expert. Hannah, 16. Knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies, people watching, self-indulgent teenage angst, taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. So I'm not sure that alcohol actually makes you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I'd say it's the opposite. Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after. But this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about simple chemical interactions with our brains. Please take the energy you're putting into pedantry and redirect it towards the plan. The plan? The plan. What's the plan? I was thinking I could just reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see. Sounds risky. Very chaotic neutral. Was this their chart? Neutral good. Ashley's chaotic evil. What's your alignment then? Neutral good? Uh-huh. I'd say I was lawful neutral, but that's the coward's option. Yeah. But getting back to the plan. Oh. Using your own pedantry to distract you was absolutely part of the plan. Wow. So little faith in me. Gotta minimize liabilities here. You're out here playing checkers while I'm playing 6-dimensional upside-down laser chess. Shit. I've galaxy brained this, and now I'm holding the fruits of my labor. Don't you mean our labor? If you insist. Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the booze tree? Really stretching that metaphor out, huh? Yep. I don't recognize the language on this label. What? Let me look. What the hell? I don't recognize it either. Maybe it's a cipher. Who'd make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking? A sadist. Oh, you could ask Maddie what it is. She's a sadist, right? What do you call someone who enjoys the empathic pain they feel from hurting others? Yeah, that idea sounds great. Let's go find her. Apart from the fact that we specifically nicked it from her. Oh, right. You're meant to be the lawful one here, dude. We agreed on neutral good. Me not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement. Regardless. Wait, hold on. I sense a dark presence. Do you feel it? No, I don't feel anything particularly spooky in the air. Yeah, me neither. Hello, children. I see you've stooped to petty thievery. Alas, sprung. Can't believe my heist career is over so quickly. Aw, don't give up on your dreams, kid. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this? I was assuming some sort of drunkenness. Does it make your teeth fall out? Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide. Wow. So the result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions. But I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot. Had to drive a rented car back and explain to Che why I disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit. Can we give it a try? Ha 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 ha. God no. You ever heard of liquor licensing laws? I'd end up in jail. I think it'd be an excellent formative experience. Yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser. Somehow, I remain unconvinced by your passionate arguments. Well, we tried. You kids have way too much time on your hands, you know that? Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted. Well, the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skills of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enchanted booze is going to be lucky to have you. Aw, that's so validating. Thanks. Can I get you two a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? Kind of busy tonight, but I'm hoping that bribing you with free drinks will stop you from nicking my shit. I'll take a free drink. I feel guilty taking one, since it was all Tuan's idea. Hey, but I'll graciously accept your offer. Neat. What'll it be? Hot chocolates for both of us? Hot chocolates for both of us. Alrighty, 2 hot chocolates coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else on my back's turns, or I'll feed you to a spite elemental. I wonder. Spite elemental? Maybe it's a metaphor. Is she saying that she'll eat us? Is she the spite elemental? Oh no. Maybe the real spite elementals were the friends we made along the way. Oh my fucking god. This is Yahui. This is Yahui. What is this? It's quite an interesting game so far. I didn't know much going in, but you're like a barista for the dead. When you die, you have 24 hours left, and many people spend it in this cafe. And you kind of play as the barkeep, Maddie, the barista, sorry. There's all this weird magic and alchemy and all sorts. I hate this. There. Oh? Hello. Samantha. Please let me 16. Age 32. Okay, yeah, fuck yeah. American? Visiting Melbourne for work. Devastatingly patient. Trust me, you kids don't want to meet a spite elemental. Have you? Yep. Got pretty close to not making it out alive. I guess you're in a fairly exciting line of work then. Work. This woman's line of work might seem intriguing to someone looking in from the outside, but to her, it's all business. It gets that way sometimes. But spite elementals aren't exciting. They're terrifying. They suck all the air out of a room and make the world ache. And they don't die easy. Huh? That's kind of metal. You sure do need brass balls to face one down, that's for sure. And a steely glaze? What? Because steel is a metal? And I said it was metal? Anna, please back me up. Nope, you brought this on yourself, mate. No. No, she's totally right. Ugh. What's going on here? You bullying my customers, Samantha? Of course not. Good, because that's my job. You two should go enjoy the evening. There's a nice breeze blowing. You remembered my name. That's sweet. Sweet isn't a word that people often use to describe Maddie. That's the kind of remark that says more about the person who's talking than the person they're talking about. Of course I did. You're interesting. Doesn't that describe everyone who walks through your doors, though? Absolutely not. Especially not in the way that you are. Some people would take offense at that. Your boss must be very different to mine. Well, my old boss, I guess. I'm my own boss now, actually. Maddie thinks she can make it all on her own. She just might turn out to be alright. Apologies, your approach to hospitality work is very different from what I'm used to, is what I'm trying to say. Figures, where'd you work? Just some dive bar overseas? Wretched hive of scum and villainy? The owner would never shut up about treating every client like royalty. Sounds like a pain in the ass if you ask me. I'm not asking, actually, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. So, can I get you anything? Surprise me. You'd like me to pick you something? Yeah. Mind if I ask you a couple questions? Are they related to the drink? Yep. Shoot. Okay. What's your favorite white wine? You're not making me a wine cocktail, are you? Haha, no. I'm partial to a glass of Marsanne every now and then. Fancy. Next question. Have you ever read a star chart? Like in astrology? No. Why? I don't put any stock in mysticism. Hey, this place isn't mystical. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, this is just the world they live in. It's built out of cold, hard facts. I just don't know them all yet. Alright, fair enough. Last question. You're walking in the shallows of an ocean that seems to go into the distance forever. You can't see any land aside from the sand under your feet. Whenever you step forward, the sand sinks just a little bit. As far as you can see, there's no way to escape. Drowning is the only possible outcome. What do you do? Wow. I feel like you're about to pull out a Voight Kampf machine or something. It's obviously some sort of test. I run, I swim, I dive when I can. And if I eventually drown, so be it. There's nowhere else to go, and no point to sitting and waiting for starvation or sharks or someone to save me. I have to take action. Interesting. So, what's the verdict? Samantha didn't get a response. Maddie's eyes had glazed over as soon as she'd answered the last question. Now she stood perfectly still, glazing intensely at the rows and rows of dusty bottles lining dustier shelves. Her lips moved, but no words came out. As Samantha watched, a flask of red liquid twitched, seemingly of its own accord. Maddie craned her neck up at it and scowled. In response, a smaller bottle, next to the first, and surely only big enough to hold a few drops of something, began to glow. Her scowl shifted to a wry smile. Please, you don't need to open anything new on my account. Gotcha. Your answers were interesting. Coming from some people, that might sound like a non-committal remark, but coming out of Maddie, it might be the most effusive praise you ever get. So were your questions. I'm still having a little trouble figuring out how they relate to each other, though. Is that important? I try to maintain a vague hope that maybe, one day, things might make sense. And until then, I just try to go with the flow, of course. Yeah. Sorry for trying to psychoanalyze you there. Try? Do you think you failed? No? What's the verdict then? Well, for one, you tend to accept things as you see them. You don't try to interpret things based off of unrelented frameworks or thought patterns. That said, you do try to make sense of the connections between things when you can. Maddie's pretty sure she has all the pieces. She's found that putting all of the pieces together requires a bit more effort. But it's no big deal to you if you don't. You just mark it as an unknown variable and move on. And that reads to me as an intensely pragmatic approach. Would you agree? I suppose. You're the sort who doesn't buy drinks to enjoy them. You buy them as camouflage. Camouflage. If you're experienced with pretending to be something you're not in order to blend in, you might develop a talent for recognizing when others are trying to do the same. To hide your face behind. You buy them as camouflage to hide your face behind, to project a veneer of being untouchable while you watch. Watch what? Everything, I suppose. You take everything in the same way I do. So you're saying that I'm attentive, but that I don't worry about instantly understanding how things are interconnected. Because you're confident that eventually you'll understand it anyway. How do you figure that? You've been watching my hands this whole time. Is that weird? To watch an attractive bartender mixing a very fancy looking cocktail? To appreciate a craft? No. But given just how interested you are in what my hands are doing, I'd wager that you've got some experience in my field. Hold on. So, are you just really bad at picking up on when you're being flirted with, or... It's fine, sweetie. In fact, it's pretty cute. I meant in alchemy. The field of alchemy. Uh-huh. I'm sure you're very accomplished in... alchemy. Just take the drink. Shit, this is really good. Yeah? Too good to ignore, yeah. It's smoky, but bittersweet. Bittersweet. It's the contrast with the bitters that really make you appreciate the sweetness. Or is it the other way around? Almost makes me feel like I'm reaching the end of something. Like I've got a lump in my throat from saying goodbye. But I can't quite tap into that feeling. Like, what did you even put in this? Mezcal, artichoke bitters, gold heart bitters, and a slice of gorilla lime. Gorilla lime? That can't be a real thing. It's just hard to acquire. Call it that, because if you bite into one, it feels like you got punched by a gorilla. Physically? No, emotionally. Ah, makes sense. I am not a wizard. Prove it. Ugh. That guy, the boss you mentioned? Yeah. He good to you? I'm sorry. Does he treat you well? Yeah. To a fault, actually. Far past the point where it's rational for him to still be nice to me. Good. Actually, I'm sorry, that reminds me. I have to dash. Got some setup work for a project to finish before the sun comes up. Maddie rarely engages in careless shenanigans, so when she's up to something, you'd best be on your guard. Gasp, but without you here, who will enable my latent alcoholism? You can just reach over the bar and grab the gin. Tonic's in the bar fridge. Will do. come back soon, though. I'd love to discuss alchemy with you some more. Uh-huh. Catch you later. Wait, one last thing. What was the meaning behind the question about what wine I like? Oh, I was just curious. That's the last one, I reckon. Does it have the magic caps in it? I think so. You can just call them caps, you know. They're built for something different. I refuse to use non-specific language. Oh, what the fuck? There's a rewind button. Just learned that. Yep, they're in here. Okay, what about the thing? You'll have to be a little more... Oh, you know. The thing. Sparky thing. Ashley likes having friends who can understand her even when she fails to be specific. Electric. Sweetie, how long have you been awake? It's better for you if you don't know, I think. Do you mean the voltage regulator? That's the one. Good job. It's in one of the other boxes. I don't think we need another one though. Are you kidding? The last one literally melted. It's a good thing I have an extremely sick metal arm, otherwise I would have been badly injured. Ashley's prosthetic arm is a point of pride. She wouldn't trade it for anything, not even the arm that it replaced. Yeah, thank goodness. Is there anything missing? I shall check. Need some espresso? I think I will literally die if I have any more. Hey, that's really mature of you. Nice job. Yeah, whatever. You can get me some chocolate if you want. Don't tell Ashley that chocolate has trace amounts of caffeine. At least it's not more than espresso. Sure thing. Be back in a moment. Oh, hey, dude. Where you been? Hey, just chilling. Not much to do when you're waiting to die. Hey. Come on, Cooper. I know you're hiding down there somewhere. Hold this, will you? Did Ned really say that? Yeah. Do you believe it? I'm not sure. Well, it's not a lie. The most dangerous lies are the lies we tell ourselves. But it's not the whole truth either. And I don't quite have the time to untangle it for you. I've got a hungry teenager downstairs and a summoning ritual to complete. Ah, she's part of this too? Don't you take that judgy tone with me. Hey, far be it from me to moralize at you. Getting a lot of that these days, mate. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy. Tough gig. I'll say. Alright now, if you can solder these two wires... No, not those ones. Bloody hell. Who programmed you? But she's a jerk. Incredibly intelligent, but a very bad programmer. You're talking about yourself, right? Wow! Wow. You're really out of it, huh? Where'd you even pull this from? Leg holster? You aren't wearing a leg holster. Arm holster. Your prosthetic? It holds 6 million knives. Don't question me on this. I'm the expert here. Mm-hmm. Hey, need a hand? Dude, you should check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself. That's not what I meant. Oh. Yeah, I guess you can help. Before I ask what you need, what are you even doing here? Maddie mentioned a summoning circle? Something like that. You ever wanted to live forever? I'd trade that for just having a second chance, honestly. Well, grab me that box, please. You can't just leave that hanging like that. Watch me. And while you watch me leave you hanging, you can go get the box. Thank you. Yeah, so, this is really heavy. What's even in here? 100 meters of heavy gauge copper cable. A bunch of capacitors that I'm going to wire together soon. And some various bits and bobs. That would definitely explain the weight. Oh, there's also a bunch of clamps. So, what do you need? Validation. Chocolate. Coffee. A school system that doesn't punish me for having weird and niche interests. I meant more, communism. Ashley is a real party girl. I don't think I can get you communism, sorry. And isn't Maddie already getting you chocolate? You're a terrible comrade, Kashan. If I wasn't close to hitting the LD50 of caffeine, I'd ask you for some coffee. So all you can do right now is give me that sweet validation. Okay. Your real thumbs up? Good human. I don't know what sort of validation you want here. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of trying things that are inevitably going to fail, and I don't know how much of it is my fault not being good enough at a monumentally difficult task. I'm used to being effortlessly good at things, but I feel like my brain is full of bees on this one. Can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. I'm not equipped for failure.
That's a big dick, Cam.
My entire perception of myself is that I'm good at things. Hello? I'm gifted and talented and incredibly afraid that I'm going to let people down at a vital moment. This is that vital moment. But I just sit here, paralyzed. And I rationally know that a lot of this pressure is just me being hard on myself. But Maddie and I, we tried this already. And we failed pretty badly. It was a disaster. But Ashley, all people to call something a disaster, it must have been a real catastrophe. I can't understate how badly it turned out. So even with all the prep I'm doing, is this enough? Did we learn enough to do it properly? Numbers and formulas and hard science are good, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm going to screw it up for everyone. And I'm so afraid of letting Maddie down. There are a few things we fear more than disappointing the people we love most. That's heavy as shit, mate. You reckon? Fully, yeah. I don't know what to say to that, except that I don't think Maddie would ever feel let down by you. I know I've only been here for like 2 days, but her and Chase seem to really care about you. And I'm sure that extends to accepting you for who you are, limitations and all. Though, honestly, I think you give off a pretty strong vibe of not giving a shit about your limitations. Or that you indiscriminately power through them with some sort of raw, caffeine-fueled energy, fury. Anyway, you're immensely powerful and I'm terrified of you. Fair enough. I was never really super smart or gifted or anything. I just floated through school and work and never focused on much except having a good time. I can definitely imagine the sort of pressure you'd have on you though, especially given how big this task is. Yeah. So while I can't say for sure that this is going to be easy or even successful. Easy. In the terminal, it can feel like nothing is easy. Even Sunday mornings come with their own set of trials and tribulations. I do think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break from the weight of your own expectations. But it's not an easy thing, I'm sure. But my boyfriend is similar. He's very hard on himself when he feels like he's letting himself down. So it doesn't go away? I don't think so. I think it just gets easier to deal with as you learn to be more empathetic to yourself. Self-forgiveness and all that. It definitely took him a good few years to even begin to be able to deal with his self-imposed shame. I guess I can try that? You can try that. Or you can continue feeling super bad about yourself all the time. I mean, when you put it like that, right? I hate how rational you sound. I know. I'm disgusted at myself. Sup, nerds? What's going on in this thread? Jesus Christ. What? You're suddenly in a good mood. I maybe ate some of your chocolate. Oh, I swear to God, if there isn't any left. Yes, I've been over this before. You'll comprehensively murderize me. You'd hate it if someone failed to be comprehensive when they went about murderizing you. I've seen some incomplete murderizing attempts, and they ain't pretty. Don't worry, I only ate a little bit. Excellent. Is this enchanted chocolate or just normal chocolate? Does he deserve to know? I don't know. I kind of like the mystery. It's completely normal chocolate, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe not. Can I have some then? Come on, you owe me. For what? Helping you set up all this. Oh yeah, that's fair. This is totally normal chocolate. Yeah. Did you expect it to not be that? Well, you implied. We never implied. You came up with that one all on your own. Damn it. Alright, I'm bored. Later, dorks. Don't you run off on me, miss. This Magikarp bank isn't even half done. I'll do it later. For now, I'm gonna take a nap under that table. If anyone disturbs me... Come on. You'll be happy? Confused. Ticklish. Extra hungry. I will mention me in your diary? I will extract terrible revenge on both of you later. Geez, that phrase definitely doesn't start with an M. Bye. Heh. I'm not being too hard on her, am I? You? Nah, she thinks you're great. Good. I could probably stand to give her a break, though. Huh? I mean, I'm expecting a lot from her right now. She does seem a little overloaded. Fuck. But she'd tell me if things were too much, right? I don't know. Seems like she idolizes you. I reckon she'd pretty happily burn herself out for you, you know? I just need her for the next 4 or 5 hours, then everything will be okay. Is that when you're planning on performing the ritual? This thing? Yeah. What's it for anyway? Conduit ritual. Super forbidden magic. Oh, cool. Are you actually cool with this, or not hugely actually? Why's that? Well, you know, I was talking to Ned earlier and... Actually, don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't care. What's it do? You know how I took a couple hours from you down here? Vividly. This is just a bigger scale version of that spell. Higher capacity. Who are you taking hours from? Nobody? Don't worry, bud. You're a deficit already. I can't touch you. Right. Okay. So even if you're lying right now, shouldn't you have taken enough to pay off your debt multiple times at this point? Huh. The hours weren't for that. The hell did you do with them then? Where'd they go? For our research, we used the following materials. Wire of copper. Jasmine chalk. Sustained electric supply of at least 20 volts. Capacitors composed of... However, we believe extra components are required. Our conduit's properties varied with the layout of our summoning circle, and despite the departure of our test subject during our trials, we were able to assert a number of efficiency-oriented refinements, as well as the absolute necessity of a living but non-sentient vessel to act as a so-called storage container. More testing is required, though obtaining a willing subject for future methodology evaluations without attracting the attention of the council would be different, to say the least. I stored them. All those hours are in this tree. Oh. Okay, that's the end of that episode. I don't think I can do any more, I'm gonna be honest. I miss eating. Why, what was your diet like? I remember sushi. Sushi? I thought you said you were a crab. What, you think crabs aren't dexterous enough to make sushi? Unquestionably, yes. What is this sushi? It's delicious is what it is. Rice and fish and seaweed. Humans eat it. And crabs. I just don't know where a crab would find rice. Or a way to make good sushi. I also ate garbage. Yes, I also ate garbage on occasion. Unbelievable, you two. Unbelievable. Garbage is good for the soul. Garbage is garbage. It's in the name. What did you eat when you were alive then? Grass. Just normal grass. Boring. And tree roots sometimes. There are tree roots here? Yes? Yeah, there are. Why don't you chomp on them? Well, I'm not hungry. We don't eat. And also, more importantly, they are powerfully magic. Maddie needs them. If we damage things that Maddie needs, then Ashley will be disappointed in us. A suboptimal state of affairs. I can feel the power in them too. However, I do not feel compelled to chomp on them. What a strange thought. Love to chomp. Chomp sushi, chomp sandwiches, chomp garbage. You're so weird. Now we get to explore the lab, I guess, but my throat is fucked. So this is the first 2-shot sundae, I think. All right. I can't play anymore. I can't talk anymore. Like, non-stop reading all that stuff out has just fucked me, I think. So, I'm gonna call it that. Thanks for hanging out during the day, anyone. And everyone that came in, came out, said hi, said Happy New Year. If I didn't say Happy New Year to you yet, Happy New Year to you. But, yeah. Thanks for coming in, Pumpkin. My throat is fucked, though. It's just like reading a book out loud for fucking 6 hours is... I need a rest. So yeah, I'll probably either finish this on